Love your background, Nida.
Thank you.
That is so cool. Good morning, Heidi.
All right, commissioners, we are now live on YouTube.
Thank you, Monica. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community. Today, June 1st, 2021, board work session, county commissioner work session, budget work session. I'm calling this meeting to order, and I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. At this time, if we will turn off our phones, and I'm usually guilty of forgetting to do that. So our first item this morning is 210364 Durham Technical Community College. And I'm going to turn this over to our interim county manager, Hager.
Good morning, board members. I trust that you had a good weekend, and I am sure y'all are always busy. So we will try to get started soon. I first want to, before we welcome President Buxton, to thank the budget team yet again for all of their efforts. They make this look so seamless. There is lots of work that happens behind the scenes that you may and may not know about, but I do appreciate all that they do to help make sure that we get things to you timely, and that when presentations occur, they're without a hitch. So this morning, we welcome President Buxton to share with us about the Durham Technical Community College budget request, and he will talk through that. And I will now turn it over to President Buxton.
Manager Hager, good morning and thank you.
Good morning.
Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
Also hope you had a good long weekend, and I just, if I could, like to thank Manager Hager and the budget team. We've had some very constructive, productive budget sessions. I appreciate the spirit of our conversations and how we're trying to figure out our best way to support the county and our residents in this recovery phase and moving forward with some exciting development and job opportunities. And so I just have appreciated the spirit of our conversations and the kind of problem solving ethos, if you will. And then also, Manager Hager, I appreciate your reaching out so quickly in our discussions early. I've got some slides that I'd like to present. I'm not going to go through all of them. Some of them cover some ground that you all know well related to back to work and our Bulls initiative. But the charge coming out of the manager's recommendations that we took on with county staff was to look at specifically the back to work and Bulls appropriation of $500,000 and take a look at what we thought we could do within that appropriation, given that that was a little south of where we had been, and then where in this first year we could think about some additional resources, were those to be available through federal or other sources, but also to think about, given federal sources that we have available to us, where we might be able to, in the short term, take on some of the responsibility and then shift some of that over time to recurring funds. And so I'll detail some of that today. If I could, before we put those slides up, Manager Hager and Chair Howerton, just let you know that our CFO, Andy Kleitch, is on the call with me. Our Chief Academic Advisor, Kara Battle, is also on the call, and I think many of you have met Dr. Battle before. She's been kind of our lead on all things biotech for the college. And then also our Assistant Dean, Makara Sessoms in Business and Entrepreneurship, who has been the lead on all things back to work. And these two leaders have done incredible work over the last year and a half as we've navigated the COVID challenges. And I appreciate their being here with me today. And as you have detailed questions, I want our best experts to be available to you. So I just want you to know who's on with us today. Manager Hager, if I could get the slides up, I'd love just to move through, and I'm not sure who's running that.
Sure. I think Keith or David will get you started in a moment.
Yeah, so Claudia, this is Keith Lane, President Buxton. Hold on just a second. Monica, can you give me permission to do some screen sharing so I can bring up that presentation, please?
And as we're getting that, I'll do a little quick organizing. I'm
Thank you.
going to show you the Bulls and back to work budgets within the 500, and then were we to have some additional availability and as a kind of overview. And then I'm going to go through back to work and Bulls in succession, a little bit of detail on each one of those. And at any point, obviously, that you want to stop me with questions, please do so.
Keith, you have co-hosting rights.
Can everyone see the presentation right now?
No.
We
No.
can't. You want me to give it a shot, Keith?
Yep, it's showing on my screen and surrounded, but it's not working. Can you give it a try, David?
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
take it over.
All
All
right.
right. How about now? Can people see the presentation?
Yes.
All right, great. I'll just advance as you move through the program, sir.
Sounds good. Let's skip down a couple, if you could. And I just want to show one right there. You can go one more. And just before we get into the specifics, here's kind of an overview of the takeaway message. If you look on the left-hand side, you'll see the $500,000 budget in the manager's recommendations, which was really open between back to work and Bulls. And so we've tried to give you, if we can go back up, I'm going to give that overview back up. There you go. And in the near term, the question to us was, what could we do for the $500,000? So what we're showing you here are important near-term renovations and then some campus planning, both some one-time money related to a permanent facility, renovations related to trying to replicate what we've got with the biowork lab facility up at Northern Durham. We think on main campus, if we really want to expand the numbers, it's critical. We also have good transportation availability on main campus. And if we're going to expand access, we think this is critical. That would be some renovations we could do upfit here at main campus, but understanding that there may be the opportunity to look at a permanent facility down the road. And so we'd want to do some campus planning between new facility and renovation of existing facilities. In terms of the stipend, between Bulls and back to work, you can see the 200 and 125 split within the 500,000. And depending on the stipend amount we use, whether we're thinking about this on a per semester basis or a one-time basis, we serve between 20 and 40 students through the Bulls cohort. And a quick reminder, we're talking about 18 to 24-year-olds that we're looking to bring into a cohort with whom we would provide significant coaching and support, both in terms of success in our program study, but also in job placement. And depending on how we think about the stipend, that's the magnitude of students we think we serve. Similar with back to work scholarships, if we look at just a tuition scholarship on an average of $250 per class, we can get about 20 classes with 25 students each. The next set of columns will reflect if we were to put some additional federal money, one-time money into this. We still have the renovations and campus planning, but you see the increase in direct student support, one around trying to serve additional students through Bulls and the Bulls cohort, The second around thinking not about the pure tuition scholarship, but what we know is for a lot of students coming through back to work, a lot of unemployed and underemployed residents, it's not just tuition where they need help. It's other cost of attendance issues, whether that's childcare or transportation, obviously books, materials, technology at times. And so it would be a $500 scholarship to cover the back to work courses. That's the overview. If we go advance one, what you'll see is breaking it down by the different initiatives. And the two things I want to show here are where we would come in and make contributions. So we had asked you for some coaching support, success coaches. We're happy to detail a little bit more about what a success coach does. I want you to think about it more like case management than academic advising, really individuals really dedicated to helping students move through the program of study. On the Bulls side, we had asked for a success coach and also a little bit of capacity support for financial aid if we're going to move the stipends through. And then also in corporate services, given the number of biotech companies we're starting to work with customized training, that we have someone who is a specialist in that area. What we're saying within the first year budget is we could take that on with some federal sources. If the 500,000 plus were to be recurring, once we get the renovation and campus planning done, we could then move the positions into the recurring line that the county would take over moving forward. But we could begin kind of create a little bit of a runway where we'd start funding that in the short term. Similarly, with back to work, we need some success coaching put around these folks coming back in. We also think it's important that we build some more capacity in our small business center in this recovery phase. And so those are two areas where we would consider kind of fronting that work, and then would like to think about some recurring funding supporting those in the out years. But we would want the lion's share of the near-term dollars to be focused on prospective students. And we would look at the institutional support structure. I'm going to detail this a little bit more as we move forward. So if we want to talk more about these budget items, certainly happy to do that. Okay, if we look at, I think we've got back to work first here. If we keep going on the slides, we go to the next one and we go one more. I just want you to have a little bit of detail about where we're providing these courses. And remember, these are short-term courses, 6 to 8 weeks, intended to get underemployed and unemployed residents back to work, entry-level occupations in in-demand sectors. That was the goal and focus. What we had asked for was some resources for scholarships for courses that were below 96 hours, because the state had been providing scholarships for courses that were 96 hours and above. That money has run out. I think we're one of we're the only community college I know of. There may be a few more, but that have actually committed all of our gear funding for short-term training that the state gave us. So we've been able to support a lot of individuals moving through that, but it's meant we've moved through that funding. And so moving forward, we're really talking about these scholarships supporting not just 96 hours and below, but all short-term courses that lead to industry recognized or state recognized credentials. You can see the 5 areas here where we've been doing most of the back to work courses: life sciences, skilled trades, healthcare, IT, and education, and really early education there. If we move forward, we get to a little deeper level of detail. I'm not going to go through this line by line here, but I'm going to show you 2 other charts. If we could move forward 1 slide, you can begin to see within each of these 5 areas what the kind of courses, the course makeup looks like that people have had access to. And so you can see what it looks like in the life sciences area, skilled trades, and so forth, and the kind of courses that individuals are taking: nursing assistant, central sterile processing, kind of things that we know are skills and competencies in demand right now, leading to some entry-level occupations. Same in IT. And then you can see an even deeper level of detail about the actual enrollment in these different courses that we've been offering. All right, if we can go one more. This gives you a little bit about course completion. want to be clear about what our data looks like in terms of students entering these courses and finishing. And then also a little bit of detail. I mentioned the gear money. This was money the governor had access to from, I think it was CARES 1 or 2, put a lot into these short-term training scholarships. You can see the areas where we were able to provide awards in addition to our back to work courses. And then wanted to give you a little bit of a window into this biotechnology virtual hiring event. First one we did, I think we had 5 life science companies, or 6, excuse me, working with us. And you can see some of the outcomes. So this gives a little bit of a window into our commitment, not just to getting our residents into these short-term courses, but the kind of things we'd like to do to help through job placement and the kinds of work that success coaches will do. Again, not just in helping successful completion of the courses, but placement opportunities and actual acquisition of jobs. And so I think on the next slide, what we give you is our recommend what we'd like to request. This is again at the $500,000 level and potentially a little bit more, an additional set of money if we were to go beyond the $250 tuition scholarship. The top 2 under the Durham Tech Year 1 commitment in orange shows you the 2 areas, a little more detail in the 2 areas that we would look at taking on with some federal resources. And then the board request that we're making around either 250 or if we thought about a $500 per course scholarship to provide a little bit more support that we know has been important. That's back to work. Let me take you through a little bit of detail on Bulls. I know you know a lot about this, and so I'm just going to refresh your memory here on Bulls. If we go to the next slide, just a reminder about the mission and the focus. And this has been something that I came into midstream when I arrived at Durham Tech. Dr. Battle has been front and center on this, working with the county, the chamber, the Biotechnology Center, and as a key lead convener made in Durham. And so you can see the mission and the focus here really about creating a pipeline that moves young people into a program of study that allows them access into this burgeoning life science sector. And understanding that not only do we need to provide a pathway through courses, we need to build awareness in the community about what these jobs mean and what the opportunities are in these jobs. But also we need to provide some financial assistance to help people make the decision to pivot or to put their potential jobs on hold if they're 18 to 24-year-olds, take these courses, move into these job sectors. And so that's why the stipend is a pretty significant stipend, because it's meant to be inclusive of things like housing, potentially childcare, transportation, books. It's really a life stipend in a lot of ways to convince someone that this is the right road to take this biowork course and some other the courses that I'll show you here in order to move into this sector. And in a sector that, importantly, I think for all of us, creates real economic mobility. There are opportunities to move up the economic ladder as folks enter the life sciences sector. It's not just one kind of job, but the opportunity to build on top of that. So if we go to the next slide, what you're going to see is a reminder about the partners. Economic Workforce Development has been part of this as well, and the Workforce Board. This has been a broad-based set of entities that have come together around this. Next slide, please. And then again, a little bit more on the Bulls cohort. I'm going to show you data in a second to show you the significant growth we've had in folks taking biowork, and really good news about what happens when the partners that were on the last slide speak with one voice about the opportunities in the region and the kind of increase we've seen. The Bulls cohort that we're talking about for this budget is really a group within that larger group. We'll still offer biowork to folks that come. We really want to figure out how to focus in on this 18 to 24-year-old set, focused on students of color and opportunity youth, and think about how we wrap support around them that's at a deeper level than someone who just may sign up and take a course. So we make sure they're succeeding in the course and then again, succeeding in the job placement front. So you'll see the kind of elements that the group of organizations have come together, the kind of timeline we've got, and the thinking we have around what that cohort can look like over time. And then we look at this a little bit in terms of the renovation and the planning for the future facility, but just a recognition that we need a facility that has greater access to the individuals we're talking about in the academy cohort than we have right now at the Northern Durham Center. So if we go one more slide, this is some pretty exciting data because I think it provides you evidence of what you're being asked to invest in. We were sitting at about 85 individuals taking the biowork courses. In year-over-year growth, we're up 225%. We had 276 individuals taking these courses. Same in terms of, that's the biowork related enrollment. You'll see that in the next slide, what that refers to. Biowork specifically, 50 to 146 graduation rates. And what I think what's particularly important here is understanding what providing some online coursework in addition to the kind of lab facility where we've just been able to broaden beyond that base of 85 in a significant way. So we feel like we understand what it's going to take to widen this funnel and getting many more folks in. We also understand that that's still a big decision for a lot of folks to think about making this a career journey. And so that's why the coaching and support that we think are so important on the institutional side are in the budget. If we go to the last slide, just kind of background, I want you to see what it looks like for someone in that biowork course, about $290, but then also good management practices, standard operating procedures, clean room basics, et cetera, the suite of courses that are available to you to move into this sector. Total course cost at under $1,000. We think this is an affordable route, but again, we also know it comes with other life challenges that folks have to navigate, but we think we can move people to a place of real economic mobility with family sustaining wages in these jobs. And it creates an exciting opportunity where we're not just talking about one or two companies. As you all know, we've got an explosion of life science jobs in this community. Final slide, I believe, looks at the request here. And again, at the top under that orange heading, 2 areas that we would look to take on in year 1. These had been in our original request to you, but I think given the availability of some of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, we could look to take on these that if this was going to be a recurring budget, could then shift over to the recurring dollars, but we could do this in year 1. And then what we'd ask of you is to consider either we're looking at a kind of $200,000 level or pushing it up to serve additional students. And then also this in year 1, the interim renovations and permanent facility planning. So this is clearly a longer term commitment by all partners in the effort. That is my last slide. I want to stop for questions. I want to remind you that we've got our CFO, our Chief Academic Advisor, and our Back to Work lead and Assistant Dean of Business and Entrepreneurship with me. We'll all answer your questions. I first, as I close here, want to thank you for your consideration and what has been some significant support of the community college over this last year that I've been here. But as we move through thinking about how we make it through to how we're positioned to thrive, not just kind of come back to normal, but come back better, I think these 2 initiatives really give life to that spirit in the county. And so we are appreciative of the partnership and your consideration of this request, and look forward to discussing it with you this morning.
JB, I'm so appreciative of the work that you and your staff is doing around this idea. I want to start with one question, and then I'm going to go to the commissioners to ask you questions. Several years ago, when I attended NC State for a coaching certification, we all had to do research. And my research was around the students that were failing that didn't have coaches. And what we found in that research was that there were so many freshmen that were failing versus that didn't have coaches versus the ones that had coaches. That started school with a 4.0 GPA, but entering the school without that support, they were not doing well. So my question is around, and I missed the meeting, I'm on your board, and I wasn't at the meeting last week because of budget conversations. So my question has to do with, in what way are you hiring coaches?
Madam Chair, I appreciate the question. This is a major priority for Durham Tech moving forward, moving to what we call success coaching model, which has a good evidence base across higher education in terms of moving from academic advising or financial aid counseling to really something that pulls together all the different elements to support student success. So we're going to be doing this on a number of fronts. We're doing this on an adult learner effort right now, and how we're bringing adults back 25 and above in certain sectors through some of our back to work courses and building success coaching around them. So we are building out over the next few years a pretty deep success coaching model. We've had a task force on campus that has built out not only a definition that is kind of Durham Tech specific based on that evidence base for success coaching, to also think about which students are most likely to be our focus for this coaching and the kind of job duties that requires. And so we have a definition of what that position looks like. We have the kind of duties. And so when we hire, they'll focus in those areas. I mean, again, this is not about a checklist of have you signed up for these courses? Do you have this is about early warning systems that help us understand when students are off track. This is about a coach who can not only understand where a student is having challenges, where that might come from, which might be academic, but it might not. It might be dealing with transportation, getting to class. It might be dealing with childcare issues. It might be dealing with just organization, and can then bring the college together where needed. The way I like to talk about it is the institution adapting to the student rather than asking the student to adapt the institution. In terms of our hiring, that's the kind of role that these individuals are going to play. And I think it's an area where we know that if we're going to get to the kind of numbers we think we need in terms of completion and on-time completion, it's going to take a greater institutional commitment on the coaching side than we've had previously. And that's where we're focused. If you don't mind, I would ask either Dr. Battle or Dr. Sessoms if they'd like to make any comments on the coach front, as they've been part of these discussions.
I'll let Dr. Battle go first, and she raised her hand. I'll go afterwards.
So I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Buxton said. Along with the coaches, the success coaches, our plan with the Bulls initiative is to have coaches involved pre-selection into the program, while they're in the program, and then post after they complete the program, to make sure that they are ready academically with math skills, reading skills to be successful in the course, to guide them while they're in the course. And then, as Dr. Buxton said, to help them find employment and secure interviews after the coach. So someone along the entire journey beside them to help them be successful and guide them along this path.
Well, as someone that is a professional coach, I appreciate this. It just kind of it's exciting to hear. So I thank you. I'm going to go to commissioners. I think I saw Commissioner Burns' hand. Mr. Burns.
Before I go, Dr. Sessoms had something, if I'm not mistaken, because she
Okay,
can go
I
after
didn't-
Dr. Battle.
I'm sorry, I needed to raise my hand, but thank you.
Okay, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay, thank you. And so just wanted to kind of reiterate what President Buxton and Dr. Battle mentioned, specifically as we talk about students who are taking our back to work courses. And so he shared with you all some of our successes that we've had, being able to connect students with resources, particularly for tuition. One of the things that we learned and that we're continuing to learn is that Students also need more than just their tuition paid for, as he mentioned earlier. We have students who need assistance with childcare, students who may just need assistance with some of the career discernment, making sure that the short-term course that they are interested in or that they see on the website is one that works for them. And so the coaches will also have a very high advising role. So someone who is able to really connect with the student, to kind of build that relationship with the student, to be able to better understand and help the students to better understand the career opportunities that are not just available, but those that fit their needs and then that fit what they're definitely interested in and able to do. So you may be interested in phlebotomy, but you do know that you're going to have to use a needle. Okay. And so just making sure that they have a really realistic understanding. So providing that personal advising, also making sure that, as Dr. Battle mentioned, that employer engagement piece. We shared some information with you all about the success that we had with our biowork hiring event, which was virtual. We'd like to be able to expand some of that to the other courses and other industries that are also hiring. Again, not just offering the courses, but be able to connect students and engage with employers. So coaches would also be able to assist with that, particularly with back to work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have two quick questions. One, thank you, President Buxton, as always. I look forward to formally welcoming you in the coming months. So can't wait for that celebration to begin. First time meeting Dr. Battle and Dr. Sessoms, plum, please, and pleasure. Thank you, ladies, for all that you do. I've heard great things. In preparation for this meeting, I had a question, and I also have a question based on the presentation we just saw. President Buxton, you stated that we've used up our gear funds. I do know in that first iteration of funding that the governor gave out, I think about $15 million was set aside for gear funding. And so now he's put out $51 million, and $31 million of that is focused towards community college. It was 15 before, so it's more than double. You stated that we've gone through it. Have we gone through both iterations of that, or have we just gone through the first tranche of that?
So Commissioner Burns, we've gone through the first tranche of that, which
Okay.
is on these back short-term courses. The next tranche is going to be focused on what he's calling the long leaf commitment, which is going to be scholarships for curriculum students who have graduated last year, or I think 2020, they're going to provide some opportunity for them as well. So it's a
little different.
So it's not the short-term courses anymore. They've pivoted to the high school graduates, curriculum students.
No, that is helpful, because I did see that distinction about long leaf. That nuance helps us a little bit. For those of us who've done some research, I did want to point out, one, I do love how this program works. When you said it, enrollment's up by 225%. For me, that means a lot. I don't mind putting money in things that work, right? Like we put enough money in things and we do not see them working at all. So at least you all have found a formula that works. My second question comes from, I look back, one of the first courses you have to take is BioWorks 3.0. And I looked to see what was the prerequisite for that. And the prerequisite for that was just you had to be at least 18, either have a high school diploma or have an equivalency. One of the things that we've heard, both from the business community and quite frankly, from some of our principals, because they care, is that we have students that are going into the community college and they're having to take a year to 2 years of equivalency courses. Are we seeing that type of a backlog with BioWorks? We know we're seeing that with the associate's degree. Is that something that we're seeing here? And I see a hand raised, and that was my second question. So I'll end there.
That's our chief academic advisor, Dr. Battle.
Hi, Dr. Val. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have recently gone into a partnership with Durham Public Schools to offer a career and technical pathway for high school students, so that they do not have to be 18 in order to enroll in that biowork course. However, they do have to be 18 to sit for the certification exam, but they can start enrolling in the courses during their senior years and be prepped to take that exam as soon as they turn 18. So that's something that we recognize, that we were leaving out a large population of students, that we're now been able to include them.
So Madam Chair, if I could, just quick follow-up. Commissioner Burns, they're not going to be taking any of the, what you might have heard as developmental or remedial, gets different terms. They're not going to be taking those courses before they get into biowork. And so we do have that issue where we've been working on what's called a co-requisite strategy, where we can put people in credit-bearing courses and give them extra support, where previously they might have been put in developmental courses, which doesn't earn them any credit.
Right.
So that's been the issue, but with biowork, we don't have that step before you get into the biowork course.
All the answers I wanted to hear. Thank you all very much.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's great. Okay, next who does Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say a big thank you to Dr. Buxton and Dr. Battle and Sessoms and everyone who's here from Durham Tech. I am so excited about what's been happening with the BioWorks program and the Back to Work initiative and the vision for the Bulls initiative. You know, since I've been a county commissioner, this has been, I feel like one of the biggest challenges that we've really had in Durham is just getting our residents into the great jobs that we have. And I feel like listening to you all and seeing this whole strategy for Back to Work and also the Bulls initiative with the cohort model, as I feel like I'm finally seeing something that is really addressing, going to address the issues. So my question is, JB, I appreciate you showing us all the different options and scenarios, but what is bottom line? I know, what is the additional funding that you need from the county to really to do everything that you all want to do? Could you, I wasn't clear on that. So beyond the 500,000 now, what is it that you really want to get to with the option of helping more students, helping them more deeply?
So we had in this budget tried to give you, Commissioner Jacobs, what we thought we could do and what we prioritized with the 500. And then if we were to look at the additional 175,000, which really focuses on prospective student support. So that's where we're asking you to think about additional monies for our residents and let us take on some of the near-term institutional needs. And we think that's the right short-term focus. Moving forward, however, we're gonna exhaust those ARPA funds and those success coaching positions that we've talked about. That's recurring. And so what we'd like to have you do is make a recurring commitment where we could take on some of the near-term institutional, you could take on some of the near-term facility related issues, but then moving forward, we'd have a recurring amount of money that would support both the student need and the institutional need to get folks across the finish line and into these jobs. I think the one thing that I would say about the student need is we see the initial, let's say, 200 or 250 for Bulls and then 125 to 250,000 for Back to Work as a runway that will be escalating. I think that's a mixed metaphor, but you get what I mean. We see that as a kind of stair step where we've got to grow into a cohort. We feel pretty comfortable that a number like 20 per semester would be good for Bulls and a number like 500 would be good for Back to Work. For this year, we think that's going to grow. On Bulls, we think it's just going to increase in terms of the interest and engagement with these life science jobs. And with Back to Work, we're really focused and committed to building our short-term suite of courses to give folks an entry into the community college. It doesn't look like a 2 or 3 year journey, but it's something shorter term to move them in. And so we see these amounts increasing. And what we gave you in the budget was about a $2 million budget overall. So I think it's fair that we take a look at how enrollment is growing over the next year to get a sense of what that trajectory ought to look like and not trying to bite off the whole amount right now. But I think what we are asking for is a commitment that's longer term and recurring dollars that will be responsive to the demand and responsive to our institutional needs to get people to a successful finish.
Well, thank you. And I personally do support us finding the funds to get you to that 675. I think this is so important, and especially when we look at the next presentation we're going to have with Andy Miracle, the number of jobs that the county has directly incentivized, and looking at how many jobs are going to need to be filled over the next 5 to 7 years. And that if we want to have a successful life science sector, we need to be creating that pipeline for the companies as well. One of my other questions is, I see that the employers will be a partner in this. Could you talk a little bit more about the role that employers are going to play? And do you see a future where they will be also playing a larger role as this progresses, even in terms of possibly helping to support this financially, or, just could you talk a little bit more about the role of the employers?
Absolutely. I've got a few comments, but if last time I led off and Dr. Battle and Dr. Sessoms played cleanup, let me ask them to start, because they with employers in both these areas. And Dr. Sessoms,
Yeah,
jump in on back to work, and then Dr.
I'll start in regards to back to work. So one of the things that, of course, we know, as we mentioned, it's great to be able to offer the courses, but we need to be able to connect our prospective students and current students with these jobs. And so we think it's really important to start this early on, before a student even finishes a course. And so we're looking at it from a perspective of providing career awareness and employers helping with that, whether that be them coming into a classroom and doing a lunch and learn with the student, being able to engage with the student to be able to give them the hands-on experience. So looking at possibly some work-based learning opportunities, even though these are short-term courses, a quick job shadow is a form of work-based learning that we like for employers to be able to provide for our students, so that they can be able to become aware of what these careers are and what these jobs are and what this credential leads to, but also that they can get some experience. And then if there's an opportunity for taking that job shadow longer term to an internship or something that's even longer than maybe a few weeks or a day, to give them that experience. So we like for the employers to be able to provide an awareness piece, also the engagement, and then giving students the opportunity to do some work-based learning by providing that career experience. Because again, we talked about building that pipeline. So that gives an employer an opportunity to be able to gauge the talent that we have and that we are producing, and that's coming out of the courses that are being able to, that they're completing, that they can then in turn maybe consider for interviewing. Also having employers to be able to allow students to show their employability skills, how they're able to communicate and talk to students, the importance of various employability and soft skills in that particular industry. So any way that they can provide awareness, any way that they can provide engagement and experience for back to work is just a few of the ways in which we want to engage employers.
Thank you. And my last question is about keeping track of the data. I appreciate the data that you have shared with us, and I think that's going to be really important as we continue to invest, all of us, in this program. And I think it is going to take that long-term investment, us being able to say to the community, this is how many Durham residents that are graduating that are getting into these jobs, whether it's back to work or the Bulls initiative. I know this is really a priority for everybody, for us to be able to keep tracking that data is going to be super important. And I guess one other thing was, do we have any word on that EDA grant that was related to the facility?
Well, so let me start there, and then Chair Howard, if you don't mind, one quick follow-up on the previous question. We have been getting good signals, but I don't have any news to break on EDA. So I'm feeling optimistic, but I don't have final word. But so that would be, to refresh everyone's memory, $240,000 from Economic Development Administration. You all had committed to match 60, so we'd have $300,000 in aseptic training equipment that we could add that would be part of the upfit renovation here. Data, I can commit to you that not only will we have robust data on access, enrollment, success, completion, job placement, that's a commitment we're working on institution-wide. The last thing I'd say on the employer side is I want us to get to the point where when our employer partners are refreshing their technology, they're refreshing our technology. And since we're going to provide the pipeline for them, I'd like us to have some skin in the game with some employers in areas where they need us to be even more up to date, whether that's actual technology or just curriculum. That's one area. The second area is we need to do some degree development, and I'm not going to get in the weeds on this, but in some areas where we can build out our pathway. So it's not just a biowork course or good management, but looking at an associate's in applied sciences in biotech or bioprocessing. We'd like some support from employers in those kind of areas where we need to build out our degree pathways to their advantage, where they might do some near term. And then finally, I would say we've got employers in the region we work with on customized training, where we provide some of the near-term customized training with a state grant, but then they give tuition and fee scholarships to their workforce to come back to us and other area community colleges and to continue to upskill. And so those are kind of partnerships we think are going to be critical. Equipment, degree or program development, and additional scholarships for residents when we're all working in partnership to build their talent pipeline.
Thank you. Sounds great. Thank you all so much.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Thank you so much, Mr. Buxton, and all of the Durham Tech staff. This is a really great presentation, and I'm really excited for our board to continue to be able to support y'all with your amazing work. I had two questions. My first one was, what type of programs and services are available for these programs for students who have different learning abilities?
We'll start there. Dr. Battle, I'm going to ask you to jump in here, but that's an area of the college that we have supporting.
Yes, Commissioner Allen, we have a center for students with, it's called Disability Services. So if a student has some challenges with the way they learn, we can provide accommodations for those students, whether that's extended testing. Depending on that accommodation, there are, of course, different things that can happen for them: extended teaching time, if they need an interpreter, if they need hearing equipment, if they need letters, text in a larger format. So depending on their accommodation, we're able to meet the students and provide the services that they need. We also have a Center for the Global Learner that provides a lot of resources for students where English is not their first language, some courses that they can take prior to enrolling in curriculum courses to help them be successful in the curriculum courses with understanding the language. So those are just a few of the things we have in place for all of our students at the college to help them be successful.
Thank you so much. That's really great to hear.
You're
And
welcome.
my second question, it's maybe a question for y'all, but also maybe a combination for our staff also. When it comes to the financial aid, are there programs at Durham Tech or that Durham Tech partners with other parts of the county for expungement clinics to provide support for people who may not qualify for financial aid?
I'm going to ask our CFO, Andy Kleitz, to make a few comments here and just say that one just overarching comment as he comes on is we've got federal financial aid, which is available, but generally to our curriculum students. And so for these kind of what we call non-credit programs or things that aren't leading to that associates, you don't have as much aid available. That's partly why we're making this request of you for this stipend. We've also got state aid at times that we can use, and there's some institutional funding that we have access to, scholarships where we raise money from individuals or companies or others to provide some student scholarships. On the expungement side, I'm not sure if you're thinking about from a debt perspective where people have debt on the books and so can't get a new course. I mean, we can talk.
No, I was talking about like if they have any sort, if they were formerly incarcerated or have a misdemeanor on their record.
Yeah. Andy, if you.
Sure. One thing that we have done over the last couple of years with the sales tax funds that we receive from the county is we have been providing grants to non-credit students in order to cover their tuition, their fees for their classes. We've made that a priority with those funds that you graciously have provided to us. Right now, we are in I guess an envious situation because of the federal CARES Act money. Part of the money that we receive from the CARES Act, we provide to students for grants. And these grants initially started out just for curriculum students, but in the last round, it has been able to provide grants to non-credit students also. And basically, these grants are straight to the student to help them with tuition for their classes, to help them with housing, food if there's food issues. Now, as we all know, these funds will go away eventually, but right now we've made that definitely an effort to use those funds, and even in the last in the HERF2 money, we actually doubled the amount that we were required to use for student grants out of that money, and if we just received our allocation for the HERF3 money, which came from the American Rescue Act, and we're now in the process of developing the guidelines to expend that money to students for grants also. One other thing that we've been looking at is that for students who, when COVID happened, who were enrolled in classes, they dropped the classes after the drop deadline, and now they're holding a debt with the college. One of the things we're evaluating right now is a way to be able to use, and we're allowed to do this with the HERF money, is to pay off that debt to the college, which then would allow the students to be able to enroll in classes in the college. So that's one thing that we're now in the process with the last set of HERF funds that we've just received, being able to do that. So those are some of the things that we're doing financial aid wise, over and above the traditional financial aid, and also to just the money we provide to our curriculum students, the $500 per semester that comes from the sales tax funds. Also, those are continuing to grow each year, and we're very gracious to the county to be able to provide us with that. One other thing that money has provided us to do is get liaisons into the high schools, which helps as we move these students along, getting them ready to take college courses. Those liaisons working with the students, working with the counselors at the school to be able to make sure that these students are ready. They help them with some career identification. So those are things that that we have been doing to provide access and funds to our students.
So Commissioner Alum, there are some institutional sources that we can look at from time to time for the population that you are specifically referencing. It is not a huge pot of money from a financial aid standpoint, but now where folks enroll with us, they do have some access to these federal direct student grants, which the government in the HERF money or the CARES money, kind of same pot here, directed about half the portion to go to students, and then again in a subsequent stimulus package, they dropped that amount, but we kept it at half. And so it's not meant to be, if you enroll in our courses, we'll give you money. It's when you are enrolled, and you don't have to put that in tuition and fees, but you have the access to that. So there are some things in the very near term that create access for a lot of different populations that maybe haven't been there previously, but by September 22 or so, that will largely end.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I see Dr. Battle's hand up. She may have had some more info.
Oh, I don't know why I keep missing that. I'm not looking in that left corner there. Forgive me, Dr. Battle. Go ahead, please.
No problem. I just wanted to add that we have also had some friends in the park. So the Biotech Center shared some of their CARES money with us to allow us to buy 20 laptop computers and to pay for the tuition for several a cohort of at least 20 students, and by paying for their instructors, paying for them to enroll in the course. And we've also had funding from a NIMBLE grant, and please don't ask me what NIMBLE stands for right now, but it is a grant that we are implementing this summer for veterans and their spouses. So that will be completely free to that group of about 14 students, and we're doing that in partnership with Central Carolina Community College and Texas A&M in Florida. And then lastly, we were recently awarded a grant that deals a little bit with bioag, and that grant will also completely support students to pay for their courses so that they don't have to have any course expenditure out of pocket. Of course, it will not pay for the other things like life that gets in the way, but it will pay for their courses. So I did want to add those few items to include as some other opportunities for support of our students.
Thank you. I'm glad I didn't miss that. Thank you so much. Commissioner Carter.
Thanks. Yes, no kidding. This whole entire presentation has just been fascinating, really, educational for us. It just really lifts up Durham Tech as one of our communities. And I also want to pile on with the praise my other commissioners have had, along with their great questions. Anything we can do to support this program that meets so many of our goals, the workforce development goals, the partnership with the corporations and with Durham Public Schools and with the other providers in our community. I just can't say enough about how solid this plan looks and how I really feel like it meets many, many of our goals. I love the way that if we are able to provide this additional support, that the wraparound services will be there for the students to remove barriers to success for them, and that really integrate the education support with the social support that we know is necessary in order to address the social determinants of academic success. And I want us to do everything we can to make sure that all the academic supports within the classroom and the connections to the corporations, et cetera, are successful. Get your metrics up even higher, even though they look very, very good. I agree with Commissioner Burns. When it looks like there's a plan and then the metrics are in place and it seems like it's working, you're enrolling just incredible numbers of students. We want to be sure that we provide enough funding to do it fully and to do it deeply and to do it right. And I would be in favor of the additional $175,000 on top of the $500,000. And, also supportive of increasing the funding as we move forward, knowing that this is a ramp up. As far as thinking about that and, how we fund more in the future, I hope, and we could maybe want to talk about this a little more in the next presentation, but I hope we can think about our economic development incentives and maybe earmark some of the increased property tax revenue for programs like this that we know will help the corporations that are coming here by providing the necessary supply of a workforce that they need. I just think that might be something that we could think about. I hope we will. And I just have one question, and that is, I'm just curious about the median age for the Back to Work program. The Bulls initiative clearly for 18 to 24-year-olds. I'm just curious about how old are your participants in the Back to Work program?
So what we have found, we haven't collected, or I haven't gathered as far as age data. We have it, but they do mirror our adult population, so our adult learner population. So you're talking about, I guess, on the average age, be anyone who's anywhere between about 35 to even 55. But they mirror the age population of our students here at the college.
Great. Well, thanks for that. I felt like I had one more thing I wanted to crow about, but it slipped my mind. But thank you, Dr. Battle, Dr. Sessoms, Dr. Buxton, Andy Kleitch, any of the other partners that might happen to be on for this fantastic presentation, and just for helping to continue making Durham Tech one of our community's greatest assets.
So President Buxton and your team, I think you can hear that the energy and the excitement that we are about this program and the work that you are planning to do, that you're doing. With all the companies that are moving here, one of the big issues that this board has had for years is that not enough of our citizens in Durham are getting the jobs. And it just seems that right now, what the plan that you have is going to make that a little more palatable for us, that begins to happen. So with the data that you have now and what happens in the next year, we're excited about seeing what's going to happen. And we are very excited about supporting you and your team to make that happen. So thank you for your presentation. And we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for anyone on your team? Doesn't seem to be. Anything else for you?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burns, did you say something? Are you waving at me or saying bye? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the partnership.
You're welcome. All right. We'll move on to the next item. Economic development discussion. So, Manager Hager.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. This morning we'll have Andy Miracle, and he will share some updates on our economic development efforts, and I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thank you, Manager Hager. And in terms of the slideshow, is that something I can pull up, or is budget staff able to do that?
Andy, we'll take care of that for you, Andy. Give me a second, please.
Perfect. Thank you.
Promise you I'm working on it.
I believe it. Thank you, sir.
All right, how about that?
Perfect.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. 80s. And good morning, commissioners. Andy Miracle, Durham County's Office of Economic Development. You can go to the next slide, please. It is exciting to come here on the heels of the Durham Tech conversation and the important steps that we are taking there. There is a lot that we can talk about under the umbrella of economic development, but today's conversation will be focused programmatically to these three pillars of the office's work. Next slide, please. So first up, we'll be talking about business recruitment. So Durham County has had tremendous success over the last 3 years in bringing new jobs and investment to the county, particularly in recruiting a spectrum of employment opportunities, many of which are jobs that do not require an advanced degree. In addition to the quality jobs that are recruited, these projects also bring new, significant property tax revenue to support expanded county service delivery. We're closing in on $2 billion in 3 years of new investment that is projected to generate $28 million over 5 years. If these companies are successful for 6 or 15 years or longer, that revenue has no county award offset. One of the early tasks under my tenure was to revise the county's incentives policy in a manner that was more reflective of the county's broader goals. Through a thorough process of benchmarking, best practice and legal guidance research, and board engagement, the revised policy was adopted in February of last year. And it successfully articulates the county's desired qualities in a prospective company while maintaining our competitive and comparative advantage. All of these numbers suggest the revised policy is achieving success. For example, in the bottom right corner, you can see the ratio of projected revenue to awards. While our floor is 2 to 1, or capping awards at 50% of projected net revenue over 5 years, as set by the revised policy, we're actually at 2.4 to 1, which is closer to 41.5%. Also included under the new policy, it's important to recruit companies that share in the county's articulated values in the policy through their policies, the project's attributes, and identified workforce engagements to the extent possible. We've evolved the process to the point now where recent projects are receiving specific commitments on annual internships, engagements in Durham Public Schools CTE activities, MWB aspirational goals, and diversity purchasing goals, as well as transportation and sustainability goals. While we're focused on simply doing the work, it's important to take a moment to acknowledge where the policy is now and the impact that it is having under the guidance of the board and management in terms of expressing and actualizing the county's business recruitment goals. We look around the country and Durham County is leading the way in business recruitment for local governments. Next slide, please. We have seen that the pandemic has not slowed down investment in life sciences, and if anything, has illuminated the significance of vaccine research and production, as well as supply chain investment. As you can see, the overwhelming majority of the county's recruited companies have been in the life sciences industry, from contract research organizations to cell and gene therapy to vaccine research and production. This slide does a great job of highlighting the impact of Durham County's competitive recruitment of these companies. Nearly half, let me say that again, nearly half of the almost 10,000 life sciences jobs coming to the Triangle are supported by Durham County. This is profound, and we'll see the impact of those investments in 2 slides. Next slide, please.
Andy, your mic is getting low.
Okay.
Volume's low.
Is this better now?
Go ahead, let's see if it's better.
Okay, mic check, a little better now?
That's
There you
better.
go.
Thank you,
Okay,
yes,
fantastic.
thank you,
All right, thank you for that note, and please let me know if that happens again.
thank you.
So when we talk about business recruitment, it's important to reflect on the companies that have decided to locate their project investments and their brand in Durham County. The majority of these companies were recruited by Durham County. starting with Novartis Gene Therapies in the bottom right, which is formerly Avexis, and that was the first project that I worked on. But also included are KBI Biopharma, Biogen, and Apogee, because it speaks to the momentous effect of the work that we're pursuing. Apogee is a project unassisted by the recruitment process and supported by a federal loan. They selected Durham County and are creating pre-filled syringe makers to assist with the distribution of vaccines. KBI Biopharma, who also has an announcement listed here, announced at our April work session that they're starting an apprenticeship program in partnership with Durham Tech. It's truly exciting, and we hope that others will engage in this model as well. And Biogen, with a large global outreach, announced a significant expansion project in February. The investments that Durham County makes signals strength to the market, and that ultimately encourages additional investments and opportunities that follow. Next slide, please. This slide does a good job of articulating where the Triangle's life sciences sector stands nationally, as well as how Durham stacks up in the state. CBRE puts out an annual report ranking the nation's top industry clusters. And this one is based on sector employment, venture capital and NIH funding, total lab space, and commercial real estate investment, among other factors. The Durham-Raleigh region now ranks 5th nationally behind Boston, San Francisco, San Diego, and DC. So in sum, look out DC. The bottom half of the slide conveys in clear data the impact that Durham County alone has on this industry within the state. Home to nearly 40% of all life sciences sites in North Carolina, between RTP, Trayburn, downtown, and beyond. Durham County's business recruitment efforts have been critical to the success of the Triangle's life sciences cluster and where it stands nationally. Next slide, please. Moving on to workforce development. While the work of business recruitment is significant, just as important is the systems work to provide Durham residents with the best opportunity to compete for these recruited positions. In response to that opportunity, the Bulls Collaborative was created with 2 clear goals, as you just heard about, but just to highlight in that first goal, increase awareness, remove barriers, and provide support. Since we had an in-depth conversation on Bulls at the April work session and recently heard some highlights from President Buxton as well, I'll keep related comments brief, only to say that Durham County is fortunate to have the partnerships and the leadership that we do. The proposal that is being considered for Durham Tech to support students pursuing certificates in high demand industries with stipends, while also providing a support system for students on the journey, has the potential to begin to address many of the identified barriers to success. We have the opportunity to address both labor demands and a more equitable workforce development system concurrently, with the potential to make an impact on our community's access to prosperity as we test this proof of concept and look to scale up over time. There is something brewing in the national zeitgeist, reimagining our perspective of community colleges. From the Biden administration's American Families Plan proposal that includes making 2 years of community college free for everyone, to the governor's proposal to create the long leave commitment program that would provide grants to cover tuition and fees at the state's community colleges that we heard about earlier this morning. The country is starting to again see community colleges in a new way, not only to address skilled labor shortages, but also as a more equitable mechanism of accessing economic mobility. And once again, Durham County is leading the way. While the fate of the federal proposal is to be determined, we remain optimistic that this is a policy that has the potential to garner bipartisan support, and we will certainly keep our eye on this conversation as it moves forward so that we can get the greatest impact out of our local dollars. Next slide, please. Much of this slide was covered at the April presentation as well as by President Buxton, but just to take a moment to acknowledge the persistent hard work of the Bulls Collaborative that is producing impactful results. We have a number of great partners that are working diligently to move this work forward, and we are seeing results from this collaborative approach, but we also understand that the most important work lay ahead. Next slide, please. I want to take a brief moment to acknowledge the county's support of nonprofits and how that work ties into our larger workforce development strategies. As you will recall, workforce development was one of 4 focus areas in the latest nonprofit RFP. We saw this as an opportunity to mobilize nonprofits around the county's goal of supporting back to work. As we have stated previously, we see back to work in the attainment of certificates in high demand industries to enter entry-level positions as the most impactful means to transition residents out of low-wage jobs and into prosperous career pathways. Nonprofits have a built-in clientele base to recruit from and also provide a necessary support structure for students as they are venturing down a new path. Take note of the identified barriers listed in the RFP: transportation, childcare, technology, loss of secondary income. And we can relate that back to the Durham Tech proposal that we just talked about and how that proposal as well is addressing the same barriers. At its core, this work aims to promote systems alignment, where we are encouraging workforce development partners to coalesce on the same page and understanding the role that community colleges can have in professional development. Next slide, please. As you can see here, 6 nonprofits were selected to carry out the RFP's desired outcomes stated on the previous slide. As a reminder, these funding amounts cover 18 months from January of this year through June of 2022. All of the selected nonprofits are directly recruiting their clients into back to work, are building necessary literacy skills, or are supporting GED attainment, or some combination thereof, all of which are necessary to enroll in Durham Tech. Next slide, please. You heard a great presentation about the revamped YouthWorks program at the April joint city-county meeting. This is another fantastic example of systems alignment. With the first 2 weeks of the program focused on career readiness and skill building, students will accrue vital professional skills while also forming a relationship with Durham Tech as a registered student. That is then followed by 2 weeks of industry-specific awareness activities. By aiming to serve nearly 500 youth in a virtual environment, and with the opportunity to receive an $800 stipend, the scale of the program will have a far greater reach than in years past and aims to introduce and connect students with more of Durham's career pathways. Next slide, please. One of the 8 industry pathways is public administration and government. So I want to take this opportunity to encourage all of our DCO colleagues listening to consider signing up for a role. There are a number of opportunities from June through August that require 1 to 5 years or 1 to 5 hours, depending on the role. And this is a tremendous opportunity to connect with Durham youth and help them understand what a career in local government can look like. I had no idea what folks in local government did until I was well into my 30s. And 8 years later, here I am. While we have good participation so far, join me and a number of other colleagues that have already signed up, and let's fill up every slot. Next slide, please. So moving on to small business support, which is the last program area that we're going to talk about today. The Small Business Recovery Fund is another presentation that you've heard recently, so I'll just touch on a few highlights. Everyone here is well aware of the impact that the pandemic has had on small businesses. Given the magnitude and severity of this impact, Duke and the city and county governments collaborated to form an historic partnership through the Small Business Recovery Fund that provides grants and continues to provide loans. Having been operational for roughly 10 months, both the grant and loan program have been successful in reaching women-owned and businesses of color. the demographic most impacted by the pandemic. This was by design in terms of how the program was constructed and resultant of the great work done by Carolina Small Business Development Fund in implementing the work. Next slide, please. As we shared at the recent presentation, we plan to change the name of the program, and that has been accomplished and will be included with the next round of program changes coming soon. The Durham Small Business Opportunity Loan was selected as the namesake because the program is not just about recovering from the pandemic, it's about pivoting and growing your business so that it thrives. The loan fund offers businesses a chance to grow their capital stack by offering one of the most competitive products on the market, a 3% signature loan. The second thing to point out, and this is just a little bit of a technical note here, is that while I updated the total funds awarded to $722,000 to date, all of the corresponding numbers on the slide are from the April presentation when the total awarded amount was $672,000. I was not able to update the other data points, but did want to convey the current awarded amount. Next slide, please. Program partners in consultation with stakeholders have identified a number of program changes that we are preparing to implement that we believe will increase interest and opportunity in the fund. We have approximately $1.1 million of capital remaining for loan funds, and we believe that these changes will be successful in connecting businesses to funding. Wallet Hub recently ranked Durham as the #2 city in the nation to start a business, measured by access to resources, the area's colleges, available workers, and access to loan opportunities. Clearly, the opportunity for businesses to access low interest loans is significant. I also want to remind that the city and county combined to offer nearly $500,000 in CARE grants that were administered by the Office of Economic and Workforce Development at the city in December. In sum, Duke, the city, and the county have combined to offer more than $2.2 million in grants and loans to over 225 Durham businesses during the pandemic. As we prepare for helping businesses pivot and thrive, and we think about the application of federal dollars, the need for technical assistance cannot be understated. In terms of a gaps analysis, the provision of and connection to targeted training and technical assistance is the biggest unmet need that we are hearing. For example, while there may be an abundance of funding opportunities available for small businesses, if you do not have your financial records in proper order, you will not be prepared to access those funds. Bookkeeping, marketing, software and project management, Google Analytics, access to capital. There are a number of program areas where new and growing small businesses can benefit from expanded and targeted technical assistance delivery through institutional partners like small business centers and related service providers. Next slide, please. So lastly, as this is a budget work session, to note that I've requested 2 positions to help carry out the workload of the Office of the Economic Development, both in support of representing the office's program functions discussed today and forward-facing capacities, as well as accompanying the administrative workload as well. These requests are supported by the reallocation of $85,000 within the operational budget. And to the next slide. And with that, I thank you for your time and we'll take any comments or questions. Thank you.
Well, Andy, so Andy, so the 2 requests, absolutely on board. I think we've heard Commissioner Burns quite often talk about how do you get all that you do done without a team. I know you have team support, but needing more staff. So I've heard that quite a bit from her. And, I'm just sitting here beaming about when I hear number 5, business recruitment and the top science cluster in the US. I mean, that is something for Durham to be proud of 2020 to 21. And then the number 2, I mean, those are numbers that you don't hear very often. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do. I don't have any, I do have one question, and then I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners. And we've talked about this before. We've had Tammy Hall come in and talk about it. I am still, and I've heard Greensboro has done research around, when you talk about minority-owned women, when we lump all of that in together, we lump Black, brown, and white women in together. It doesn't give us a true picture of what does that mean. So I'd like at some point for us to pull that apart so that we see what does that really mean.
Absolutely, and I'll say, you know, as it related to the presentation that we had for the Small Business Recovery Fund, we were able to provide that breakout specifically in terms of you know, grant and loan recipients that had come through that program. So at least in that framework, we're able to make those distinctions.
Yeah, whenever we show those, when you show those numbers to us, I would appreciate knowing what does that mean. Okay, but other than that, thank you so much. Commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Burns?
Mine is really quick. I'm not going to gush over you this morning, Andy. You know, you can't let people know that I appreciate what you do. People who, when I appreciate people, they get fired. So here's what we're going to talk about today, the 2 people that you want to hire. My first question is, what do you envision them doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So ideally, I think we'd like to, you know, take those program areas that we just talked about and divide those up, right? So there's some division of responsibility. You know, say
that one more time, Andy. I thought you said something funny. I saw 3 people laugh.
Oh, okay. Well, so talking about the 3 program areas that we talked about today and sort of a division of responsibility, so that there would, you know, different folks would be assigned to different roles in terms of, you know, somebody on small businesses, somebody in workforce development, and so on. So one for the forward-facing roles, but then as well, you know, there's a considerable amount of administrative workload that kind of supports this work as well. So in both of those capacities.
Okay, and I would imagine that would have to be, especially when we're bringing in so much, and it doesn't seem like we're going to stop bringing in that much. I imagine there's going to be a lot of construction going on, even though that might be external to the jobs that we bring in. Those companies still might be seeking opportunities through us. I know I sent it to Manager Hager on last week. So one of the slides you pointed out, there are going to be a lot of small businesses that are looking to pivot. So on last week, when we were in our budget meeting, I did highlight a program that SBA is currently working on. And those community navigators, it is a multi-million-dollar fund. I think it's about $100 million, but it's about $1 to $2 million that SBA is providing to local municipalities that are looking to aid underserved communities or business owners in underserved communities that are looking to pivot. When we had the joint city county meeting and we got to meet with Andre and yourself as well as Kevin, and I actually talked to the other Kevin Price, everybody's presentations, I'm noticing that kind of same language that we need to aid these companies in pivoting, no different than what we saw from the Bulls initiative a second ago about how that mentorship piece is important. And you highlighted it yourself a second ago, that technical assistance, that a lot of times is a determining factor. You know, if your books don't look right, perhaps when you turned in some paperwork, there might have been some question about it. So we have people that do good work, but might not necessarily have the best business acumen. So I know it might be a conversation for another time, but I would love to work with you and Claudia on perhaps making sure that Durham gets in an application before July for that $1 million or that $2 million, because if the city thinks we need to pivot, if I'm hearing from you that we need to aid businesses pivot, the nonprofits are saying that evidently we have some synergy around this idea that we need to aid businesses in pivoting. So that's just something I want to throw out there for you. Like Commissioner Howerton, I support you getting all the help you need, and congratulations on this new opportunity of having some additional help. Godspeed to you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And Commissioner Burns, Andy and Jay received that information as well. We're already researching. Like I said, we stay on top of when we get communications from many sources, and especially from our commissioners, on when we can tap into additional dollars. So we're digging and checking.
No, and I hear you, Commissioner Hager. I come from when you're used to working, you know, you want to work. I don't like to say you go do such and such. So when I do know that you all are working, I did get the email back from you, but you know, it's no different from the EDA grant. You know, I've worked with Hillary Sherman for the better part of a decade. Andy, I've talked to you about it. Like, as we get these grant applications together, if there are those of us who sit on this council who are in a position to say, hey, I might be able to add some technical assistance, I might be able to add a little bit of nuance to it. That's all I'm saying. I always want to offer my help. But let me tell you, if you don't need my help, I will stay in my corner. I'm more than happy to do that. But thank you for acknowledging all of us. But please know that there are some of us who don't just like to say, point, go do this. So that's all.
Okay, commissioners, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Burns, you asked the first question I was going to ask about the specifics about the position. So thank you. And Andy, I do really appreciate just the amazing work that you've been doing. Talk about pivoting. You have been constantly pivoting since you got into this role. And I really like the way you emphasized how what we're doing with the nonprofit funding process is, again, fitting into this ecosystem that we're trying to create, and that the nonprofits will be on the ground with the community, you know, our community trusted partners, to help make sure that people know about the Back to Work initiative and the Bulls initiative, because I think we're all learning. I know for me, I've learned so much during this pandemic about how the important role that community rooted organizations play in just basic getting information to people, and that, you know, that we need to rely more and more on the community rooted organizations to be part of this pipeline and ecosystem. And also, I really appreciate the pivot in the Youth Works program that is going to be, again, focused on building relationships with Durham Tech, with the employers, and the soft skills. Because we hear that over and over again, that the soft skills are so important, developing that. I want to jump on what Commissioner Carter raised before, which I thought was a really great point in the last conversation with Durham Tech about, do you have any thoughts on how we could start looking at our incentives policy, which again, is, I feel like keeps evolving. It's something that we just recently revised. But how, any thoughts you have on that framework and how we might want to shift the way we do our contracts or look at the incentives funding to, again, more directly support this ecosystem and just addressing the barriers that we know people really have.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think, you know, my first step with that would be, you know, working with management and finance staff to get a sense of, you know, what our tools are there, what that potentially could look like. And so that would be, you know, the first conversation to have there in terms of, you know, looking at the possibility of that.
So now that you have some more staff, they can help you with that process. So,
Indeed.
and again, thank you so much.
Yep,
And
thank
I
you.
support the new positions for you as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andy. A really interesting presentation. Very direct. I like that. One thing I wrote down when you said we're number 5 in life science cluster. I like to hear this list: Boston, San Francisco, San Diego, DC, Durham. Wow, isn't that amazing? Right in there with those other cities. I don't know. It's really struck me. And I love that we're the number 2 place to start a business. And one of the reasons I like that is sometimes the recruitment of the large corporations and the economic development incentives just feels a little uncomfortable to me. And I really like focusing more on sort of the local entrepreneurs. And it seems like we'll be able to do more of that. The smaller businesses with the additional positions working with you, with your division of labor that you mentioned. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. Until the pandemic, this wasn't really a subject area that we broached. And because of, the severity of the situation, we had to start engaging in this conversation. And I think kind of understanding what our role is to play. And we have a number of great resources, in the county that really support innovation and entrepreneurship, frontier and beyond. And so we have a lot of resources in place. And I think, as we've seen here, we can facilitate and connect a lot of conversations. And so I think we could have hopefully somebody that has some experience in that background and is more dedicated to that conversation and representing the county in terms of small business support.
Yay, sounds great. And then one other area that's sort of related to that is, I don't know what to call it exactly, but sort of food system entrepreneurism or food system businesses or any sort of business related to food. And that could include farmers, and clearly our job as commissioners is to try to increase markets for farmers, protect farmland, all that. It could include the restaurant owners. It could include those who are trying to figure out what to do with food waste, all parts of the food system. And I'm on the Piedmont Food Processing Center board, and I'm on the farmland board. So I have these ideas come across my radar every now and then. And so that's why I mention it. Just maybe there's a way to figure out how to do more incorporation of food into our economic development strategies, and how at the same time that could help improve our local food system, make it more resilient, make it more local, make it more regional. I don't know. This is a big high level thought. I'm trying to get some clarity on myself, but
absolutely. I see General Manager Gibson has his hand raised, so I'm going to defer to him.
Good morning, commissioners. I hope everyone's doing well today. Commissioner Carter, I appreciate your questions and wanted to, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to indulge a couple of those questions. First, I agree with you on the local foods, and those are some conversations we're having already with Eddie and Mike. As you know, Eddie and Mike over in our Soil and Water Conservation District. So all are informed. I don't mean to speak in lingo or whatnot. We actually are proposing to increase the support this year in the budget for our local growers to help more people with the GAP and some of the other technical assistance, a fairly decent percentage increase in that money. And that's the first step we see, is helping people have those right credentials, just like we talk about Bulls, helping people have the right credentials or skills to access a job. Same thing here with them accessing markets. To that point, I would also tag on that it's when we look at economic development, we're looking at it, and you've heard us use this word before, it's a continuum in so many ways, and it's not really big business versus small. It's kind of a rising tide lift all boats, because quite frankly, I'm looking forward to the day when you read that list off. You just read a top 5 and you read Durham first in the number 1 slot. That's truly the goal Andy and I have set along with Manager Hager. And I hope you folks will not think ill of us for setting that as a goal to be number 1 in that life science space, because we see it as when we get these larger employers, those folks, as we all know, they pay a good wage. They spend money, which in turn supports our entrepreneurial ventures, our small businesses. And so if we're helping our local growers, if we're doing things at Durham Tech, I think Commissioner Burns, you referenced some small business training and things that sometimes people have a great idea. They just don't understand the basic business formation, the basic business management, but things through the community college can really help bolster that, and some other mentoring and coaching to where they can be successful. So we see it all as a continuum of the rising tide lifting the boats. And so I did want to sort of make a point on those two things. And then also thank each of you for your support. We know you hear from a lot of different voices, a lot of different ideas. And these slides you've seen today would not have been possible, what we've accomplished these past few years, without your support. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Jay. That was helpful. Thanks for weighing in on that. And yeah, I was really happy to see the increased funding for the sort of farm economic development grant that our soil and water department manages so skillfully. Let's see, one other sort of big level question, not necessarily not to be answered today, but just to say it, is, and this is something you mentioned too, Andy, that we've had sort of equitable economic development by design. You know, we've had some economic development with this explicit goal of trying to support minority women-owned businesses, and we've been doing that by design. And, you know, I can think of a number of our projects that would fall into that category, the small business support, the Bulls, and I'm sure there are others. I think it could be really beneficial in many ways if we had a really formalized plan around that, where we're already doing a number of things, and how could it fit into a just overall strategy that and perhaps that would be in partnership with the city. And partly I raised that question because I remember we received, you know, some requests from various entities asking for, you know, more support from the county for equitable economic development. And so just trying to say that, be explicit about that, I think could be good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it may be helpful, you know, to point out that the briefing sheet commitments that we have had made, and kind of some of the policy language in there around MWBE participation, those goals, diversity purchasing goals, that language is crafted in consultation with our in-house subject matter expertise, right? So we're working with, you know, Durham County staff that have expertise in that space to craft that language. And certainly that is, you know, a priority as we are working in that space to work, you know, with those that certainly know how to guide us where we need to get.
And then my other question, and it's about page number 133 in our book, in our budget book, and it lists the organizations, and you mentioned it today as well, some nonprofits, but then just some other organizations that demonstrate an economic development impact. And the Chamber, Downtown Durham, History Museum, Made in Durham, Research Triangle Park Regional Partnership, and the Sports Commission were all listed on there. The Durham Arts Council wasn't listed on there, and I just wondered if we are still providing some funding to them. I can't even remember if we only provided funding to them through this an arts grant with, I don't know, that was related to like art infrastructure. Do we provide any funding to Durham Arts Council? I guess that's my question.
I would need to defer to budget staff on that one.
I mean, I know it wouldn't be a lot, but I know you've got the History Museum listed here for $50,000. So,
Commissioner Carter, there's no funding for the Durham Arts Council that I know of right off the bat. No, ma'am.
okay. And it's not like we used to and we don't. It's just it's never.
Yeah. That
I think the
has,
city does that mostly, but
yeah.
here again, I'm on their board and so it's in my head, so thought I'd
Yeah,
ask.
that has normally come under the city.
Well, thanks so much. Appreciate the presentation and am all for Andy not having to be a solo miracle worker, you know, all for your additional spots.
Okay, other questions from commissioners, comments? Okay, we will move on to the next item. Commissioner Jacobs, you got something really quick because we expended our
very
time
quick.
on this one.
Yeah, very quick. I think what Commissioner Carter was just pointing out, if we looked at that list, I think Discover Durham would be actually a natural for that list in terms of assisting with economic development in terms of their work. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, so thank you again, Andy, for all that you do. Our next item,
Yes,
is going to
Commissioner
be
Howard.
the Office of the Sheriff's discussion,
Yes.
0367. We're going to move that one.
Yes, Commissioner Howerton, the sheriff's office will log in at 11. So we do have a short period. As you may recall, we had to reshuffle our agenda this morning a little bit.
Right.
And so they were gracious, but had some other commitments. So they'll be joining us in a few minutes. So
we don't have anything else that we can plug in there for 15 minutes. So
well, we can
take a break, or is it something else that you want to plug in for 15 minutes?
What I would suggest is that we have a quick break.
Okay.
And rejoin about 3 minutes till 11.
Gotcha. All right. We're gonna.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks. Keisha?
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. Did you have a good Memorial Day?
I did. It was restful.
Same here. It was restful and peaceful and went by way too quickly.
And I for the first time, I'm a farm girl and I planted tomatoes on my back porch. So I have tomatoes and I ate some. It was good.
Did you make a BLT?
No, I just wanted the tomatoes, slice them on my plate. They were great. Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Chairwoman Howerton. How are you? Good morning to everyone.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Manager Hager, are you ready?
Okay, we are ready. All right, welcome back, everyone. And we are about to get started with the Office of the Sheriff, Sheriff Burkhead. So great to see you this morning.
Thank you.
And we will turn it over to you to share your presentation. And board members did have access to this information a few days ago. And I know it was lots of data and information that I know answered some questions that have been asked, but I know our sheriff will give us even further clarity. So Sheriff, I'll turn it over to you. And I believe David or Keith will cue up the slides.
Okay, that was my next question. Who's gonna be the IT expert?
We got you covered.
Very good. Well, let me start by saying good morning to everyone, and I always welcome the opportunity to sit with you all and think strategically about how we enhance public safety through Durham County, throughout Durham County, and certainly here at the Office of the Sheriff. I am really glad you had an opportunity to view the presentation prior to this morning, so that allows me to sort of move swiftly through the presentation with the goal being to answer any of your questions at the end, so leaving us a little additional time. I also have with me this morning several members of my staff who will also make themselves available to answer any questions should we get down to the specifics or the granular detail, and I may not have that information available in my head. So if you hear me call on someone else, that will be the reason why. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so you probably have noticed that I put together this program, my team and I, and it's our full budget request. Now, some of these were included in the Manager Davis's recommended budget, and some of them were not. But I think it's important that you have a refresher of what we originally asked for. And so priority number one is our vehicle replacement. You all know that we run our fleet pretty much 24/7. I also want to point out that last year we had a fleet reduction of approximately 17%. This year we've identified 39 vehicles, which is not the full complement from last year's reduction, but I think it's where we need to be moving forward. And you can see there that we've requested 30 Ford Explorers. The hybrids, I am really trying to reduce our carbon footprint and look at alternative vehicles and modes of transportation. And we've been testing 2 of those already, and so far the data looks good. This request limited to the critical fleet needs, as you can see there, and currently 154 of the vehicles that meet at least one of the county's replacement schedule. Now keep in mind, we are following the schedule that General Services and the county puts out to us. So we want to stay in line with all the other county vehicles and replace them on schedule. Next slide, please. This is just a further breakdown of where we are. Right now, we have 57 or 19% of our vehicles meet 2 replacement criteria. And again, following the county's replacement schedule, 51% meet at least 1 of the criteria. Next slide, please. Now, also, commissioners, if I move too fast, I know I want to save questions at the end, save time for questions at the end, but please feel free to jump in here if you so choose. The priority number 2 is the procurement specialist. This is in direct correlation to our vehicle, our maintenance costs, all of the sort of the behind the scene things that happen here at the sheriff's office. This individual would be responsible for that. Specifically, we have 303 vehicles in our fleet. That's $1 million in annual replacement expenses. Annual maintenance and repairs, approximately $400,000. This person would be responsible for managing the fleet, doing price comparison, doing the contract negotiations with our vendors, and just making sure that we stay on top of our fleet and our maintenance as much as possible. Then, of course, we want to make sure that everything is done uniformly and we have the best quality vehicles and that we can possibly have out here on the street. And again, as we move to a more hybrid model, again, we can do some research. This procurement specialist would be responsible for doing research and data gathering on the hybrid fleet once we move more in that direction. Next slide, please. Every year I talk to you about animal services. This year is no different. This was not included in the manager's recommended budget, and I can certainly appreciate that. But I think it's important that you continue to see the enormity of our animal services. When we took this over, I think it was 2012, this division has grown exponentially in calls for service. We haven't added any bodies, but we haven't added any bodies in 10 or more years. But as our population increases, we can anticipate our animal population to increase as well. And you can see the numbers there. Next slide, please. In 2000, as I just said, 2012, one of the things that really struggled with, we struggled with in 2019, 2020 is we could not keep up with the calls for service. And a lot of our calls were coming in after hours. So we suspended the way we were responding to calls and went to priority calls just to give our animal service officers a bit of a break because we do more than just answer calls. They also are sworn deputies, so they can back up other deputies on other calls. But they do an awful lot of programs. So you can see that we shifted the hours. And it really worked out because we expanded from 45 hours a week to 98 hours per week in doing our community service. Next slide, please. Again, you can just see the natural increase of services. One of the things we're very proud of is that we've returned 826 animals in the field back to their owner. We do the chipping program. We do the rabies clinics. Next slide, please. We work very closely with our APS staff at the facility, again, just to make sure that we are being as comprehensive as we can in protecting our animal population and serving their owners as well. Next slide, please. All right, our animal services officers also oversee the contractual relationship, as I mentioned, with our shelter. And there's the budget numbers for FY 2021. over 770,000. 2022, there's a 5% increase. And we also know that there's a new facility that is in CIP right now. So again, what we're trying to do is let you know we want to keep pace with the growth of our animal population, but also when this new facility does come online, we anticipate the services, the need for services to increase as well. So we want to keep pace with the growth across the board. Next slide, please. Priority number 4. You all may remember that we were recently accredited by the American Correctional Association in our jail. We are proud now to be one of 3 agencies in the state of North Carolina who own the Triple Crown. We are CALEA certified on the law enforcement side. We are now ACA accredited on our detention side, and our healthcare provider, WellPath, and our facility, our infirmary is certified by the American Medical, forget the acronym, but yeah, so we, all 3 of our critical services are now accredited. So with that comes standards that we have to keep up with. The key control officer is a mandated standard by ACA. We had to pull an officer from another assignment to make sure that that individual was trained and understood key and tool control during our on-site visits last year with ACA. This position would be accountable for limited access throughout the facility, safety and harm prevention for the detainees, the staff, contractors, community, and volunteers. Next slide, please. Priority number 5 is the clinical addiction specialist. We've been running MAT in our facility, or we launched MAT in our facility after I became sheriff in 2018. To my knowledge, we are the first jail in North Carolina to run such a program and to be able to house those individuals, not only with mental health, but those who suffer from opioid abuse disorders. There's a constant sort of competition between myself and the sheriff in Mecklenburg County, because he often wants to claim that he's the first, but we've got documentation that we are leading the way in this arena. This licensed clinical addiction specialist goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do here. 67% of our individuals who enter the detention facility staying less than 72 hours report having an opioid use disorder. Medication for this will be administered here in-house, and this licensed clinical addiction specialist would work hand in hand with our healthcare provider, WellPath, who have already signed on to assist us and take our MAT program to the next level. And we're constant communication and working hand in hand with our public health department, Mr. Jenkins and his team. Next slide, please. Let me pause right here for just a second. I know I have Major Bazemore online. Major Bazemore, would you like to speak to priority 5 and 6 briefly, please? Do I have Major Bazemore? All right, someone will round him up. But in the meantime, our healthcare worker, also known as the peer support, again, we work hand in hand with our clinical addiction specialists, would help manage the cases, engage the detainees suffering from opioid abuse disorder, and help us really get these individuals prepared for when they're released so they can have the wraparound services that they need. And 63% of the individuals who are incarcerated report having that substance abuse And then 58% of the individuals incarcerated in prison.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Sheriff, I'm here now.
Okay, just briefly, you want to talk about priority 5 and 6, the clinical support and the healthcare work, briefly.
So we're in the process of, this is a combination between us and public health. We need part of the program will require to have a clinician, a peer support, internal and external peer support, and this would support that recommendation based off that information. The clinician, of course, is doing assessment from the time they enter the facility. The peer support is connecting and doing face sheets, and then the external peer support is going to make sure that they get to their appointments and doing follow-up. We're going to try to follow these individuals for a period of 6 months to a year.
Thank you, Major Bazemore. And once again, these 2 items were in the former manager's recommended budget. Next slide, please. Thank you. Going back to ACA, the loading dock officer, this position would monitor and control all tools and chemicals entering into the facility. If you haven't been to the detention center in a while, I would encourage each of you to come over and just spend a couple of hours. You would be amazed at the number of folks coming in and out, the number of the deliveries that we take in throughout the day. And in order for us to keep this facility as secure as possible, we not only need good working security systems, cameras, doors, et cetera, but we need to augment that with human capital. This loading dock officer would be responsible for a lot of those folks coming in the back door, doing work and making deliveries. Again, this is all about safety and harm prevention for the detainees, staff, contractors, communities, the volunteers who come in to offer services to our detainee population. All of that has to be controlled. And again, this is a mandated position to keep our accreditation intact. Next slide, please. The priority number 8, the transportation officers. Durham County Sheriff's Office is solely responsible for all of our IVC or involuntary commitment transports from local hospitals to long-term facilities throughout the state. You all are very familiar with this. I think 3 or 4 years back, you helped write the policy that we currently follow. And again, although this was not in the former manager's recommended budget, I think it's important that you just get a snapshot of these numbers and these trips that we're doing day in and day out. And these services are done 24/7 by deputies and detention officers. And you can see the total trip numbers there of 1,133 by deputies and 1,006 by detention officers. And if you factor in the court hearings and all the miscellaneous trips, we are constantly on the road, moving persons back and forth from all over the state. Next slide, please. This graph shows you the mileage. In 2017, 2018, we drove almost 111,000 miles. 2018, 2019, almost 94,000 miles. In 2019, 20, even in COVID, we drove over 106,000 miles. And that's just the law enforcement side, not counting the ones we did on the detention side of the house. Next slide, please. Again, we're asking for 3 transportation officers. I recently renegotiated, as you know, the housing of federal detainees. When transporting these detainees to their court proceedings or medical appointments, it requires 2 officers. Currently, we've capped that at 60 beds for federal detainees, and we're projecting an average population of federal detainees to be somewhere around 45. That number fluctuates, again, not to exceed 60. And you see there that we negotiated a really good rate. So the projected revenues for the Sheriff's Office in 2022 are laid out there. For housing those detainees, we're looking at approximately 1.5 million, transportation 27,000, with a total revenue of almost 1.8 577,520 revenue. So this is a relationship that when I first came in office, our local federal marshals began to talk with me about it, and I told them there were some things we had to work out in-house before we felt comfortable housing federal detainees at an increased level. And then COVID hit, of course, and we put it on hold once again. And then once we got a fairly good handle on COVID, we re-entered the conversation with our marshals, and this is where we are today. So I'm happy to say we currently enjoy a really good relationship with our federal partners. Next slide, please. Duke University has been a long-standing partner with us. You all know I spent almost 17 and a half, 18 years there running the public safety department at Duke. They've just opened their new behavioral health center out at Duke Regional, and they have approached us about providing on-site law enforcement services for that facility specifically. We are currently in negotiation. I just want this to be a placeholder here. I anticipate that Duke will make a decision within the next 2 or 3 months as to whether or not they're going to move forward with this. This will be paid 100% by Duke Hospital and the new behavioral health facility there at Regional. Again, this is an example of us being good partners and neighbors, providing as high care of quality for those who suffer from mental health issues, and again, working with Duke to make sure that the transportation is seamless and that families and residents at the facility are maintained in a safe and secure environment. So stay tuned. I'll get back with you on this particular initiative. Next slide, please. Microsoft Office 365. Again, this is one that's in former manager's recommended budget. I think the technology speaks for itself. One of the great disappointments I experienced when I became sheriff here is that we're so far behind with technology. Even though the county did an overhaul a few years, about 3 years back, the sheriff's office was not part of that IT overhaul. So we are now playing catch up, and Office 365 is sort of the first cog in that wheel of getting our IT up to where it should be, and we are comparable with the county. Next slide, please. Yeah. Again, this is one of those enhancements for technology. The Laserfish can digitally capture all of our documents, and again, it just makes it so easy for us to access. It reduces our paper usage, of course, and the solution allows civilians to stay home and telework during COVID. Again, this is one of the pieces of technology we just need to, what I'm looking for the word, enhance, yeah, or make better. So next slide, please. I do have Mr. Ritter on the line. Mr. Ritter is the Director of Information Technology for the Sheriff's Office. Mr. Ritter, you have anything to say about the security risk assessment, the 365, or the Laserfish?
I just really wanted to chime in on the security risk assessment, Sheriff, because I think you did a very good job with speaking toward Laserfish and 365. But one of the things I would really like to point out with the security risk, as it notes in here, this is something that the agency has never done before. So we really don't know where our vulnerabilities lie. And as you know, commissioners, we struggled with the cyber attack we had last year. So we're working along with county IS&T to make sure that we don't leave an open hole that could possibly bring the entire county down. we were very fortunate that through this last attack, it did not cripple the sheriff's office. But we just want to take that extra step to get our this risk assessment done to make sure we're not only protecting us, but also our county partners as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Next slide, please. And the next few slides, I think we're doing okay on time, Manager Hager?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. These next few slides, I just want to give you some information, sort of high level. And this one starts with our personnel. We're allocated 243 in detention. Currently, we have 44 vacancies and 252 on the law enforcement side with communications and admin. And currently, we're looking at 22 vacancies there. Put a pin right there for just a moment. On Thursday, we are hosting a job fair here in our flat lot right behind our facility here at the courthouse. And we are hoping to attract some men and women to come and join the Durham County Sheriff's Office team. We're primarily focusing that job fair on detention officers. We certainly won't turn anyone away if they are interested in a career in law enforcement. FY 2019-2020, over $32 million in salary and budget benefits, which is pretty indicative of any organization this size. That also includes mandatory overtime at the detention facility. And we recognize that we need to fill the vacancies. I did a briefing this morning in the detention facility, and the look on their face, the men and women are getting tired. So we have got to work hard to fill those vacancies and recruit some individuals who can really come in and be part of the team. They've been doing mandatory overtime for over 5 years. And we know that we need at least 32 individuals on each squad to not just run the squad and every position that's required, but to make sure that everyone is safe. And currently we have 4 squads that have 24 people. This is significant because we're seeing, even in COVID, we're seeing an uptick in assaults on our detention officers, as well as inmate to inmate assaults trending up. Next slide, please. I know there's been some talk about our salary comparisons, and we've done the research over the years, and this is where we fall. And last week, my colleague in Hoke County, they announced the Hoke County Board of County Commissioners will increase the starting salary, base salary for a detention officer to $41,127 with a 2.5% longevity increase after 2 years and a 15% plus or minus cost of living increase. Now, our starting salary is as you can see there, $34,000. Now, we do have some incentives, and I utilize that as often as possible. But if this continues to be the case, we're going to get outpaced and not be able to keep up with even counties as small as Hoke County. So I bring this to your attention because we need to talk about where we are with salaries as we move forward. Next slide, please. Just another comparison. As you see there, we've got each agency listed, and this data came straight from those agencies that you see listed there. Uncertified means we haven't sent you to BLET yet or to the academy. So there we are once again at 34,000. This is for law enforcement. And then on the other side of the house, once you are certified, we go to 39. But you can see we still sort of rank at the bottom or near the bottom of surrounding agencies. Next slide, please. Just another graph showing where we are with with vacancies in operating. Next slide, please. This budget breakdown includes our funding rolled over from previous years. The current contracts, as you can see listed there, a lot of, let's see, who do I have on here? I have Labar and Edwards. Would you want to speak to this slide for me, please? Mr. Edwards or Mr. Labar? I think I put everybody to sleep, Manager Hager. All right, so anyway, I'll do it. This is just a breakdown of the contracts that we currently have. Some of them, not even all of them, but you can see that it's over $6.7 million in contract costs to just do the sort of back office stuff here at the sheriff's office. Next slide, please. All right, hospital admissions. Again, when you think about the sheriff's office, you need to think about everything that we do. And, you know, we run the courthouse and manage the jail, of course, serve the civil process. Next slide, please. But we also are, we have to take care, as mandated by the Constitution, that I am the custodian of the jail, and these individuals are in my care and custody. The commissary costs, detainee supplies, our relationship with the Durham Literacy Center just lays out again our expenditures. And in 2021, year to date, our contract cost is over $1.6 million. Next slide, please. Law enforcement services that I just mentioned, we do it all. We are a full service sheriff's office, and we have all of the complements that any other law enforcement agency would have, including traffic enforcement, training, courts, transportation, civil, et cetera. And some of these, you know, no one else can do except us here at the sheriff's office. Animal protection, criminal investigations, our SAC NARC unit, head and shoulders above anyone else in this region. And our special teams, our special divisions are all often called upon to respond to areas outside of Durham County as well as inside, particularly when there are some hazardous devices or materials that need to be disposed of, and also search and recovery. We do a fair amount of assisting other agencies. Next slide, please. Just another recap here. We are one of 3 agencies that run our basic law enforcement training academy in-house, as well as our basic detention officer academy. And I'm very proud of that, because we can train cadets or applicants the way we want them to perform here in Durham County, while also meeting the state standards. And like I said, we're one of 3 agencies in the state of North Carolina that have that relationship with sheriff's training and standards, where we can run our own academy. Next slide, please. We just installed some new screening equipment in the lobby of the courthouse. And when fully staffed, we need 25 personnel to run that effectively. And right now we're at 23. Next slide. And we kept this going through COVID without a beat. We never closed. As the Constitution mandates, the courts shall remain open. So we had to be here day in and day out through COVID. Civil process is some of the numbers that you see here are the ones that we've served and unserved. Again, we do it all. Next slide, please. Just another breakdown of civil process evictions and executions. Next slide. Everyone knows that there's a push to purchase guns now. In this climate, we've seen unprecedented rise in pistol permits and also concealed carry requests. So we've had, at one point, we had a 10-month backlog that required mandatory overtime to get that caught up. 4 weekends of fingerprinting to appointments to get that caught up. The state requires us to have all of these processes done in a short period of time. Mr. LeBar, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
David, would you give just a snapshot of what you and your records division has accomplished even during COVID as it relates to these numbers here?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, commissioners. This slide is a pretty good illustration of what we've encountered over the last 12 months. Like Sheriff mentioned, these are statutory requirements that we don't have any wiggle room to make sure that we complete. And in doing so, we had to have our staff come in and work mandatory overtime for about 4 weekends earlier this calendar year. The concealed handgun permits, we have 45 days to complete. You can see where the challenge would be with the 10-month backlog. Similarly, with the pistol purchase permits, we only have 14 days to handle those. And just another plug for the Laserfish. This is where we did a lot of benchmarking that allowed us to utilize that platform. For the licenses that we currently have, we need more to make sure that we hold our staff more accountable of these type of tasks when they're working remotely.
Thank you, David. Next slide, please. We run our own 911 communications center here. And again, it's sort of a thankless job. But those men and women who work in communications, they work the round-the-clock 4 shifts. There's no new requests in this area. We just want to keep it running as smooth as possible. Mr. Ritter oversees this function. As you all know, there's been some dispute back and forth with AT&T and the ICNet, and we're trying to get that worked out with the city because this piece of technology is critical for us to maintain our communications for Durham County. We all are quite familiar with what the city central dispatch area is going through with their shortages and having transferred the calls over to Wake County. That's just not a good look or a good thing for any of us. It has resulted in some delays. So we are working hard to keep our people here in place and continuing to provide 911 services throughout the county. Next slide, please. Right now, we've got deputies who are working in specialized areas. So what this is our law enforcement at a glance. We got our response times. We've been working to keep those down. And right now we're hovering around 3 minutes to get a call and respond to it. Talked about special division, our school resource officers. Been a lot of talk about the school to prison pipeline and getting SROs out of our schools. We recently participated in a survey with the People's Alliance, DPS admin, and our SROs received a 98% approval rating. And again, this is a commitment to the work that the SROs are doing and how they're working hand in hand with our principals and assistant principals. Dr. Mabinga and I have had a relationship even before I came in office, and that we were committed to transforming our SRO program into something that is a model for certainly all of North Carolina to see and follow. And I think we're on the right track. And then we've got our body worn camera, our in-car camera system that's being expanded. All of those things will take place here, hopefully in the next few months. Again, this is a piece of technology I could not believe we did not have in place once I became sheriff, but here we are almost 3 years later, and we're almost there. Next slide, please. We work day in and day out to get guns and drugs off the street. I'll sort of breeze through these slides real quick, but I think a picture's worth 1,000 words. We all know that we are experiencing unprecedented gun violence in Durham. And I'm committed, my team and I to be laser focused on getting these guns and drugs off our street. Next slide, please. This particular slide shows, I forget how much money we got from this, but this was huge. And I do believe this picture, this bust was connected to some cartel that we've identified in the area. So we are in the middle of it. Next slide, please. Drug seizures for 2020 were almost $168,000. In 2021 at 2 million, over 2 million. Drug value over 7 million. Property over 4 million. Again, we have a great relationship with our federal and state partners. We have officers, deputies assigned to the task force. Again, focusing on gun violence and drugs and trying to bring these individuals to justice. Next slide, please. Traffic safety in North Carolina, Durham is, and you can read it there, #1 in the state for crashes per 1,000, #4 for pedestrian, so forth and so on. We have a traffic problem in Durham. We have sort of taken a strong step to traffic enforcement. Our scope unit, which is part of Governor's Highway Safety Program, does a fantastic job of targeted enforcement as it relates to traffic enforcement. We're not out there getting you for, expired tag or just rolling through a stop sign. Most of the people that we are stopping and issuing citations to were exceeding north of 15, 20 miles over the speed limit in residential areas. So we just got awarded an opportunity for a grant through the Governor's Highway Safety Program because of the great work that our scope unit is doing. Next slide, please. As of December 30, 2020, crime rate is 65% above the national average. I've already mentioned that we are having an epidemic of gun violence in Durham. Violent crimes are 81% higher than the national average. 1 in a 24 chance of becoming a victim here in Durham of robbery of 62% up, burglaries 29% up, aggravated assault 18, and motor vehicle theft 28. Just this past weekend, I got a call. Young lady was at South Park Mall with her baby in the back seat. She was carjacked at gunpoint by 3 individuals in the middle of the day, South Point Mall. And you all know the stories about the shootings that are occurring on a daily basis here in Durham. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Okay, we'll turn it over to commissioners. Are there questions from commissioners? Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thank you, Sheriff Burkhead, and your entire team. This presentation was really helpful. I had one question. It might have some follow-ups based on your response. I was just wondering, for the jail population, do you have data around like what the current population is, not including the federal detainees, and like what our rates have been? Have our jail population been increasing on a year-to-year basis, or is it decreasing?
It's decreasing as a result of COVID and some of our criminal justice reform methods that we've taken in conjunction with CJRC and certainly the DA's office. Our average daily population is about 335, 340. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that is trending down. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Lum, did you have I don't think I heard an answer to your second question. I didn't know if you wanted to repeat that before I asked mine.
That was my only question for right now.
Okay. Well, Sheriff Burkett, I want to thank you and your staff because this has been a very, very detailed presentation. You have given us a lot of data, a lot of information, and I really appreciate all the information that you have shared with us. It's been really, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I guess one of my questions is related to the vehicles, and it may be more just a larger question too for just county, policies around vehicles. I know that there's, that's your number one priority was the vehicles request. And I know that we have a certain criteria that we do look at vehicles. But I did, and then last year we did about half your request. I think it was around 700,000 we did for vehicles. What of the vehicles that are being requested, and I appreciate you're going to hybrids as well. Which are the ones that I guess kind of get the most wear and tear that are really used? What comes to mind is obviously law enforcement when, deputies are having to go up to high speeds or things like that. We definitely want to think about that. But which vehicles do you think are the most important out of the 39 that you have requested?
All of them. And here's why. Again, we're not trying to recoup all of the vehicles from the reduction of last year. But if you remember one of the slides I showed you for the IBC transports, we're running almost 112,000 miles in transports. So certainly we want to keep our law enforcement response / patrol vehicles at the top of that and keep them in tip-top condition, so to speak. But we run all over the state of North Carolina, so our transportation vehicles are definitely a priority, and certainly then our patrol vehicles as well. Major Cody is on the line. He has been overseeing the fleet for a number of years. Now he's transitioning to another level, but I'll ask him to speak specifically to your question about which vehicles are most important. Again, I would simply say that they all are, because if one goes down, we got to keep rolling. We just can't say we can't do that transport because the vehicle broke down. Major Cody.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I think the sheriff pretty much hit the nail on the head. In the sheriff's office, vehicles are very paramount. They're crucial to each position. So that could be anything from patrol division answering 911 response to the civil division serving civil papers, which statutorily bound through the sheriff's office. Obviously, our transport division has grown quite a bit over the last few years. Typically what we do though, when we get a new vehicle into the sheriff's office, is we'll put it in these higher priority positions like patrol that may have to do unnecessary stress on the vehicles, sometimes responding to 911 priority calls, vehicle pursuits, things of that nature. So we watch those things very closely in the fleet. But what we do once they reach a certain mileage is we'll request new vehicles for replacements, and we'll put those in those high positions, and then we rotate those cars into other positions within the sheriff's office. So other positions could be our SROs, civil, courts, detention. So there's other positions that we try to use the vehicles that get a little bit more time and mileage and age on. So that's just a money strategy that we've used over the years to try to stretch the fleet out as much as possible. With trying to stay within the county policy, we also look at other things. Once we start getting beyond what the county policy has, we start looking at the maintenance and repair that some of the vehicles start to endure, which drives that cost center up above what we currently allot in our operating budget. So we have to try to balance many of those things. The sheriff alluded into our hybrid fleet. So we're looking at some cost saving strategies there. Hybrid technology does bring some fuel savings, also reduces carbon footprinting to quite a big sum. And obviously we know currently today gas prices are extremely high, and who knows what it will be next year this time. So moving into this hybrid technology, I think will help reduce some of those costs. That's kind of a snapshot of how we manipulate the fleet to try to get the most bang for our buck. But the bottom line is the deputies still need to be able to get from point A to point B to provide the services that the sheriff's office provides for the community.
Thank you, Major Cody.
Thank you. And I'll follow up by email with some other questions related to vehicles.
Okay.
And then the MAT program, first of all, I want to applaud Major Bazemore and also you, Sheriff, for the MAT program. I've been involved with that with Durham Joints Together to Save Lives, and it is really, really important. And I strongly support us being able to sustain that program outside of the grant funding that we've been using. I'm curious though, why and if we could just, I don't know if you can clarify why the MAT positions would be under your staffing rather than public health or the CJRC, because I think if I'm not, maybe you can clarify the other, the mental health positions, substance use, a lot of those are currently, I think, under the other cost centers, right? So if you could just clarify that.
Yeah, certainly. And Major Bazemore can jump in just a moment, but the MAT program is currently run by us, run by the Sheriff's Office. And it's an initiative that Major Bazemore and others on his team oversee. We work certainly in conjunction with public health, number one, so that when these men and women are prepared to leave the facility, they can get connected with the wraparound services that they need external to the jail. Major Bazemore, and again, those positions are mutually exclusive. So I know public health has some in their budget, but we certainly have these in ours so that we can manage the program in-house. Major Bazemore?
Good morning. Sheriff articulated that well. These positions reflect what we're doing. And additionally, the medical provider requested these positions that they be covered. So we added them under the Sheriff's Office command. This way we would have a good line in terms of reporting and ensuring that everything that needed to be done in terms of best practices was accomplished. We're also working hand in hand with CJRC with this work as well.
So thank you, Major Bazemore. Our current psychiatric positions and other health related positions in the jail, how are those overseen, or in what budget areas?
Well, CJRC currently provides the day-to-day mental health piece with Kelly, who's been in the facility for 23, 24 years, an invaluable resource that works with us day in and day out. So that's a reporting structure up to Gudrun through CJRC. But this is separate and apart from that. This is strictly dealing with the opioid abuse disorder inmates or detainees that we have. We can bring Kelly in for the mental health piece, but MAT is strictly dealing with assisting them with their drug addiction. I think that was your question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then again, it's very helpful, the information that you have given us around the jail operations. And I know that this year has been, past year since March, incredibly challenging with COVID. And again, I want to applaud what you all have done throughout the time, keeping people safe, both your staff and the detainees, dealing with the outbreaks and vaccinations. I think I would really appreciate, and I know this might take some time, I guess I'm trying to understand, as we've seen the decrease in the jail population, which I know has been a goal for everybody. We want to try to keep people out of the jail, whether it's substance abuse or mental health reasons, or just, based on, we don't want poverty to be the reason that people end up in the jail. So that's been a goal for our whole community. But I guess I would like to try to understand better why, I know since I've been a commissioner, the population has really decreased. And, is it possible for us to look at how we could scale back, the cost? And I don't know if there's any benchmarking nationally about, or even statewide or nationally, like one detainee per how many employees or any of that. If that's something that you could help us with, just understanding how that funding is working operationally.
How the funding is working or how the staffing is working?
Well, I'm trying to understand, I guess for me, I don't understand, with the trending down in the numbers, that we're not seeing the ability to reduce costs related to personnel and operations.
Yeah, let me try to help you with that. And in order for me to give you a comprehensive answer, then I would have to do some benchmarking,
right,
and talk to other like-sized facilities in North Carolina. But there is not a one-to-one ratio. Our goal has been always to have at a minimum, two detention officers per pod. We could house anywhere from 24 to 65 detainees per pod. And with our ADP being a little bit lower than it has been in years past, we've unfortunately had situations where we had one detention officer in a pod. And let me just say this, it is just as dangerous with 15 to 20 individuals in a pod when you only have one detention officer working that pod. I think I mentioned in my presentation, we've seen an uptick in assaults on detention officers. This past weekend, I had to have a detention officer go to the hospital because of being injured. Last week, we had 3 separate days where detainees were assaulting detention officers. Now, we have a very good quick response team in the facility, or rovers, if you will. But again, the goal is to have 2 detention officers in each pod. Now, as it relates to classification and the individuals who are in the facility, some of the people who are in the facility now are the ones who need to be there. They are violent individuals, or they have just not sort of taken to the norm of behavior. So they need to be there. So these individuals are awaiting trial and have proven that they cannot be out on pretrial release or not going to be afforded some of the diversion opportunities. So yeah, our population is down, but the violent behavior is up. We also run a facility that is direct supervision. When this jail facility was built, it was designed to be a direct supervision jail, which means more free time. The detainees really sort of set the tone for their community, their pod. And in order for that to be successful, there has to be some interaction through the detention officers and, quote, direct supervision, unquote, with the detainees. With our staffing being so low, we have not been able to realize the full potential of being a direct supervision facility. And that's another thing. Again, I want to treat these detainees as humanely as possible. Again, building those soft skills for when they do return back to the community. That's what direct supervision is all about. But with our numbers being low and our vacancy rates being high, we haven't been able to do that. So there's no one-to-one correlation on how we're 354 today or 334. Can we cut positions? That's not the way it works. And that may be a long, complicated answer for you. Again, you need to come and spend some time with us so you really know what we're doing. We run over 26 programs in the facility that take staffing to run those programs. Again, all of those are designed to reduce the recidivism rate, prepare individuals to get back to a productive life in the community. And that, unfortunately, that takes money and bodies, and that's how we should run the facility. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm going to stop with my questions and give other commissioners a chance,
Okay.
and I'll hold the rest of my questions till later. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. We'll move on to, did I see your hand, Commissioner Burns?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that was 15 minutes. I will not take that long, Commissioner Howerton. I will move expeditiously as best I can. Sheriff Burkhead, you know what this is about. You know how many people send emails to us. Every question that has been asked thus far has come from a request from somebody else. Every single question has come from a request from somebody else. We all know that. So let's just be really honest about that. A couple of things I just want to go over. I thank you for this presentation. I thank your folks. I struggle a lot of times because I know what's going on in the community because I live in the community, right? Like, it is not wasted on me that right after the city council vote last week, that 36 shots ran out and 5 people got shot on Fayetteville Street. There are people who are on this Zoom who do not know that, have not ever spoken out about any of the gun violence, cannot tell you how many people have been shot, and do not go to sleep at night listening to bullets. There are people on here who are not afraid of the police. I will say situationally, there have been times where I have been in that position where I didn't know how comfortable I felt. What I can say is you invited myself along with Commissioner Long to spend some time with you earlier this year. And we did have the opportunity to kind of sort of go through and look at a lot of the programs that you put forth and just look how you built like this very holistic atmosphere. You came in, you saw you didn't have computers that you needed. You had Microsoft 10, you got Microsoft 365. You saw you didn't have cameras. You know, I had somebody ask me a long time ago, Commissioner Burns, do you think cameras help? Didn't help Rodney King, but Derek Chauvin sat on a 14-year-old's chest for 14 minutes. There was no camera. He sat on George Floyd's chest and there was a camera. So we can sit here and say there are instances where they help. And you said, I want to get these cameras in, the money got appropriated. You wanted to make sure that we saw that parents had access to their kids. If I'm not mistaken, a couple of weeks ago, you piloted a program for tablets. And I talked to some of your folks over there because I don't like to come to these things and not prepare. And if I'm not mistaken, a woman was able to put her child to sleep. But I did want to clarify a couple of things. You pointed out a second ago, because we all know the issue with the cars. I know you had to give up some cars last time. I also know that just like ambulances and fire trucks, we have to do these things on a rotation. I know how much, and if I'm not mistaken, just a quick yes or no for whoever can give me this. And I hate to do yes or no's, but I want to move quickly because we're at time. The hospital that you all usually take people to for involuntary commitment is in Morganton, correct? So that's a long haul.
Yeah,
just making sure usually, it's Morganton. Because we
that's
did
one
have
of
some
them.
parents.
Yeah.
That's one of them, but yeah,
Right.
we did have some folks reach out to us about that process, and we found out that you all were not at fault in that process, but that social workers have to call y'all. You all try to make sure that same-sex folks are in the car so that people feel safe. So that's 4 hours there, 4 hours back. So that's a lot on the car. I do appreciate hybrids. I joke about it them being Jeeps, but I appreciate you trying to reduce the carbon footprint. I want to go back to the jails because that question keeps coming up about reduction in staff and reduction in staff. And people in their minds, they feel like if they can reduce your staff, they can pay for other things. So I've heard what other groups, I've heard what our educators have had to say. I've heard what our young people have had to say at Durham Durham Beyond Pollution. I've heard and I've been to a lot of churches these past couple of weeks. I've also heard what the old ladies who do not feel safe in their homes have to say. And this collision that nobody on this call is being completely honest about. We at some point have to have an honest conversation about it. I'm just sad that they're trying to have it during your budget conversation, because we do need to have it every day, all day, until it's all cleared up. But what I did want to ask was, everybody wants to talk about those detention officers that we already know. You said you needed 25, you're at 24, you're having, you're doing a job fair now. Yes or no, can you have rival gangs in the same pot? You don't, that's right. So
No.
For everybody who can't see him, he's saying no, we don't put rival gangs in the same pot. We don't have men and women in the same pot. So
Correct.
Right. So, and we also, if somebody has COVID, they're in a whole separate pod, right? So this question of reduction in people doesn't mean that we have a reduction in segregation of pod. So if I have to have two people, right, I'm trying to drive down this street, I hear what everybody is saying about, oh, we only have 300 people there. But those 300, you might have a female over here who's in this gang, a female over here who's in this gang, and female over here who's in this gang, but she also has COVID, so she has to be over here. Right. So now we've created these segregated situations that people who are not familiar with law enforcement or criminal justice reform, unless they know those nuances, they don't understand how you set your personnel each day. Right. So those are you just answered that question. The other one I have, I know you say you want all your cars. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. They're going to come for your cars. Just I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would hope that we could. My thought process is this. Back to also with the jails, in the event that you do not have those adequately staffed, I know especially for those pods, the state will step in.
Yes.
And they will shut the jail down.
They could.
They could. Yes. Okay, I need to know that. Same thing with the cars. I know insurance is an issue. If we don't have those properly rotated, do we lose our bond? I'm trying to think about this thing completely. So when decisions are made, when we move forward, no matter how we move forward. And I think the other thing, we've heard a lot of people say, there's no law that mandates that the law enforcement should do this. They didn't even say the sheriff, they're talking about DPD, everybody. But you all, if I'm not mistaken, you all are the ones who warrants for the entire county.
Yes.
I saw that on slide. So 13%, that's about 36,000 people. So you all serve all the warrants. That's not DPD, correct?
Well, we serve more than DPD.
More, okay.
We have a warrant squad, and right now we have a tremendous backlog. DPD for a number of years just simply has not had the manpower or time to serve warrants. So there are a lot of individuals who are wanted that are just not being picked up or served with their outstanding warrant. Yeah.
And so the last thing I'll go on, I know that you picked up school resource officers as a collateral duty. You also picked up animal control as a collateral duty, and you all see that ticking up. I remember in the beginning, this is before I was here, there were some officers, they picked it up as a collateral duty, but maybe not necessarily had the training that they needed to do it. I can think of one incident. This poor puppy was, putting one of your deputies to shame in my neighborhood. I couldn't catch the puppy. He couldn't catch the puppy. There was no puppy caught until maybe about an hour later. And he was very gentle. He got in. My question is, you're asking for that additional person. Do you have anybody in there now who is just trained to do all of that? Because we have snakes, dogs, cats, and everything else. And so this additional person, this would be their sole responsibility as opposed to the collateral duty that current officers have.
Correct. Yeah. Our staff has been really training up in animal services for the past few years, but again, without any new FTE. So we haven't added a single body since 2010, I think it is. But yeah, we have individuals who are well trained and just super fantastic with the animals and can go out and apprehend and secure and treat those animals humanely. And I'm really proud of the fact that we're able to find lost dogs, lost cats, and lost pets through our microchipping program and return those back to their rightful owner. That's one of the things that we really take a lot of pride in, but yeah.
Well, and out in here, I know you got like 150 some cars that are over their limit. I think if I'm not on the slide because I'm trying to stay on you and not move around too much. 67 of them are more than 8 years old. So you're asking for 39. I guess my question is, Sheriff, I don't know how we do it. I do not know how we do it. But I know that you are running a very lean, no frills program here in Durham. And it is very, is very people focused. And I'm thinking about the fact that the city doesn't have what they need from a 911 standpoint. Your people are actually still there. Commissioner Lum and I have actually toured, and I've seen what your telecoms operation looks like. It reminds me of 911 from when I was a kid on CBS. I was like, oh, this is exactly what it looked like in there. I struggle because I don't want. We are getting to a point in this community where, I hate to say it, it is going to take a house burning down before people realize that we have got to hire more people and treat the people that we have hired better. And what I don't want are these 13-minute calls that we're seeing for the fire department, our calls having to go all the way to Raleigh and come back. I mean, from a public safety standpoint, it's just not safe. So when I think about, for me, when I think about what's going on with 911, when I think about what's going on with the cars, when I think about what's going on I'm thinking about just the public safety of it all. And we're coming into the summer. I'm going in here. There were 381 shootings, I think, last year. We are coming up, something like that.
There were over 900.
Not, excuse me. We're at 3. I think we're at 2 or 3 now. Excuse me.
Right now we're on track, Commissioner Burns, to surpass the number we had last year, which was over 900 shootings, over 129, 30 people shot, 37 homicides. We truly have a gun violence problem, and you're right. No one's talking about it. Yeah.
I've always said that the quickest way to stop a bullet is with a job. That's why I've been very focused on small business. I've been on this workforce development, but I think Durham is at a tipping point, and it's getting a little bit scary, and that includes for people on this phone. So please know, this is from me to you. I've heard both sides of the community. I'm going to be just as fair as I can in these budget deliberations. Again, based on this presentation, like I said, it looks like you run a very, very lean office. And I'm just thinking about their communities here and they're represented on this call. They have never heard a gunshot in their neighborhood. They will not hear a gunshot for the rest of this year. And it's about to be summertime. And you and I both know what happens in the summertime. So I thank you for this presentation. I thank you for the good work that you're doing. I know it's not easy. When George Floyd died, you stepped up like no other sheriffs did. You took a lot of hits for it. And I hate that you're getting blamed for some things that have absolutely nothing to do with you. But I also recognize the fear that people like me have. And I'll just stop there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns, for your comments and certainly for your support. I would only like to respond in this way. I too have heard those calls to defund or to tend to transform, and I'm happy to have those conversations. I've recently been recognized as one of the most progressive sheriffs in the state of North Carolina who is leading the criminal justice reform effort. I sat on the work group with the North Carolina Sheriff's Association. I've met with the governor's task force on equity and in policing and racial equity. So I think I'm positioned myself, which means I've positioned our sheriff's office to be a leader. But if we cannot have a comprehensive, all-inclusive conversation about public safety and what it looks like in Durham with these groups who refuse to sit down and have a conversation with me, who want to take 10% of my budget toward mental health. Newsflash, I am the largest mental health provider in Durham County in my facility, running our MAT in concentration in conjunction with Alliance Behavioral Health. So we've been trying to really wrap our heads around who is mental health behind beyond Durham County Sheriff's Office and Alliance Behavioral Health and all of our other partners, including Duke. So I'm really hoping that at some point before a decision is made, I will be invited to have a conversation so I can share all that we are doing around mental health and how reducing that budget will severely limit our ability to do our job. But again, I've been excluded from those conversations, but I look forward to it. Thank you.
I wanted a couple of things, and we are way over time here, so I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. I've got a couple of questions. Sheriff Burkett, thank you for your presentation, and a couple of things that Commissioner Burns has said. I'm wrestling with because I'm one of those people that have been impacted by the violence that is perpetrated on Black and Brown people. And this conversation always takes me into a place that it's difficult to deal with. So in the shootings that's happening right now in our community, I understand that there's supposed to be a rally sometime today around some of the shootings in our community. So this is a tough conversation when we start talking about eliminating your staff and the community, trying to listen to the community and how they feel about police officers as well. So I can hang on either side of it because my son is dead and he can't come back. But then you got people in the community that are being shot by others. So it goes both ways here. What I don't understand, and I want to get to the 911 call in a minute, but what I don't understand around this whole conversation, I talked with the Health and Wellness Task Force co-chairs. They have not asked for any funding. We have a political PAC group that's asking for, Durham for All is a political group that represents portions of the community. It doesn't represent all the community, represents parts of the community, but they're positioning themselves to us as the Health and Wellness Task Force. I'm confused with the way this is being positioned. And I asked the Wellness Task Force co-chairs if they had done the mapping and the work that needs to be done to ask to make the request. And I was told, no, they have not. So it's perplexing that the Wellness Task Force is supposed to be doing the research to make whatever requests that need to be made, but it's not coming from them. So I don't know if this is a question for you, but it's more of a question for us as the board to think about who's asking for the money. And I know the commissioner is Burns is on that as our liaison, but I've not, and I watched the meetings and I've never heard that committee ask for money.
Commissioner Howard, and again, I will just say this, and this is in defense of the folks on the Wellness Task Force, because I'm trying to be a good steward to them as well as to my board. I'm trying to be a woman of integrity. They do have 18 months to come up with their recommendations, and they are working on their town halls. They're working on setup right now, and I'm very proud of the way that that Marsha as well as Xavier have set it up. That said, the question was posed to that group, do we have to wait the 18 months? So when he started last week's meeting, he did assure them, absolutely not. You do not have to wait until next month. And then when I met with some of them individually, they recognized that it came to us after the budget cycle. But I also I struggle because I recognize the privilege of being on this county commission, but I know a couple of years ago, I was those kids too. right? Like I was knocking on people's doors. I was asking those questions, and I was trying to beat down doors. And one of the things that I would say is that they're coming from a good place. They admit, Ms. Burns, we are not policy wonks. We are not budget specialists. So their request just comes from the fact that they are tired and they don't like seeing people get shot in the neighborhoods. And this seems like the answer to them. So I do want to say while you do have some people that are represented in both groups, and while you haven't gotten a request from the Wellness Task Force, I do want to reiterate that the chairs did assure them if they wanted to ask for things before the 18 months, they were able to do so. And that's just complete transparency. And I think as a board, we should expect more of that. Not kids, young folks, I'm not inviting it, but we live in Durham where everybody cares about everything. Everybody on this board, we care about everything. So the advocacy of it, I have issues with the ways that we are engaged at times, but I would ask that each person out in here on this board check our privilege and recognize that it comes from a very real place for them. Just like Brenda, yours comes from a place and mine does too. And I'll stop there.
So I understand, and I have compassion, and I understand, and I'm not saying that I don't support the young people. That's not my question here. My question is, as I said to them, is where is the analysis and the mapping to know what it is that we need to fund? And that has been my consistent question.
Right.
I know that they have done work, but after seeing that report from Gudrun.
Gudrun.
How do we know? We don't know what to target.
I agree with you, Commissioner Howerton, and I've even made those statements very clear. What I don't want, and this is in complete transparency, the exact wording that I used was, what I don't want to see happen is you get a certain amount of money and then it's not spent on what you want it spent on. We know that happens. Yeah. And let's just be very honest. That happens to Black advocates in Durham a lot. They'll ask for things and the money does not go to them. It goes to consultants and they don't get it. So if anything, I echo that question because, and this is again, maybe this is what we know it's not for the sheriffs, but you and I are on the same page. We see all these task force set up, all these committees set up for different things to aid people who look like us, and not one consultant, not one person hired looks like, and then the money is gone. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. So you and I are on the same page. What are we actually paying for? And that hasn't happened.
So I have more questions like that it's not for the sheriff, it's for us to wrestle with as a board to ensure that what we're doing makes sense long-term rather than just plugging a hole for the moment and then the water continues to run. So the other question that I have for the sheriff is, could you tell us a little bit more about when we talk about the 911 calls, and we've seen in the newspaper how that's not really working for our community, that they're being diverted to Raleigh. From the county's perspective, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, certainly. And I'll be sort of general because I'm not directly plugged in with the city's 911 operation, but I can tell you that we have been impacted by what's going on at the city. We have our 911 center here, as Commissioner Burns pointed out, and we're still up and running and fielding calls. What happens when an individual calls 911 and they happen to be in the county, that call is transferred to us to handle. And what's happened of late, that call goes to Raleigh, comes back to Durham, and then comes to my 911 center eventually. I've had citizen complaints come in that it took us 15 minutes to get there, 20 minutes to get there, which is, again, as I pointed out during my presentation, our average response time is hovering between 2.5 and 3 minutes. anywhere in the county. To now look at the numbers, I pulled the stats last week to see that jump to 8, 9, 12 minutes is significant. So it is resulting in a delay, not only in the city response to city calls, but to county, our deputies getting calls to respond throughout the county. So it's having a negative impact. And just so everyone's clear, we could take some of those calls for Durham, but we weren't asked. Because we run the same CAD system. If we shared some software, we could certainly see where their cars are, like we see where ours are. But the sheriff's office was not asked, and we're all supposed to be on the same system. But that's perhaps another question. But it has created the problem in response times. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. I think Manager Hager is trying to get my attention, so
Thank
you.
A point of privilege. I know I saw Commissioner Carter's hand a moment ago. I certainly don't want to leave her out.
I know, and I have to give privilege to Commissioner Hager. So I mean, not Commissioner.
Manager Hager.
Manager Hager. I need to go to. Yeah, I need to go to her.
Yeah, real quickly, just wanting to clarify, since we're talking about the 911 operations, the city has discontinued that transfer process effective today.
Okay.
And Jody reminded me of that. Some communications went out from the city manager regarding that process change. So I am sure they will continue to work at improving the approaches so that we can have more seamless operations, but wanted to share that with you. And we'll send you the communication that we received about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hager. Let me ask you another question real quick. We are way off of our timeline here. What time is the next presentation so that I will know what we need, what adjusting we need to do here?
Well, we thought this may take a while, so we did have lunch and then starting back, I believe it was at either 1 or 1:30. So the afternoon schedule is lighter for various reasons, but we do have, I guess, around 15 minutes or so.
Okay, so commissioners, if it's 12:30, almost 12:30, if we're going to start back at 1, what's your preference here?
I thought somebody had a question, Commissioner Hamilton.
I know. I just need we need to find out what we're going to do about managing time here.
Okay.
Are we gonna continue? Are we gonna take lunch to get back at 1 o'clock? Or I just need to know how we need to manage ourselves here.
I could probably be pretty quick. I will try to be 5 minutes. I'll try.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Burkhead, for lifting up that I might have a question or two. Appreciate that. But what I really appreciate is this excellent report. Tons of data, tons of information that I think is helpful for us as commissioners and also helpful for the community to see the multitude of services that the Sheriff's Office provides. And I really want to try to express appreciation for what I truly believe are your genuine and your successful commitments to taking a more empathetic approach to law enforcement, and one that keeps people out of what is often a cyclical criminal justice system. And you're doing that in a number of ways by connecting people with needed services. And, I think the MAT program is a prime example of that. The ways in which you conduct your own law enforcement training in order to match Durham's values and Durham's commitment to reform efforts in the law enforcement work, the crisis intervention training of sheriffs, the way you do work with CJRC and the health department, and perhaps even most of all, the very progressive work, as you said, that you've done with District Attorney DeBerry to decrease those who are in our jail, so that it really is only those who have violent crime, records. I just really want to appreciate you for that. And I want to thank Commissioner Burns and Howerton for your perspectives. I really want to hear that. I'm trying to hear that. I do come from clearly a position of white privilege, and I try to check that and understand the perspectives that you guys are bringing to us and so very clearly, enunciated for us. I also trying to understand and wrestle with this complex problem that our whole nation faces of increasing gun violence and how to reduce that in a country where there are just not enough gun safety laws, and therefore there are proliferation of people carrying guns. So how to reduce that, and at the same time be sure that we're not having excessive force in our law enforcement processes, and certainly to be sure that there's not one scintilla of racial bias. And so how to do that is a terribly complex problem, which is one reason we've spent so long, discussing this budget today. I guess one question I would have is, has there been any sort of study to characterize the 911 calls that come into the sheriff's office? I feel like one thing that people are suggesting as a strategy to do what we're all trying to do is to consider reorganizing some of law enforcement duties out of armed law enforcement into a different sort of response system. And I think in order to know how to do that well, we would need to understand our 911 calls. So I'm wondering if I'm guessing, Sheriff, I know you have a much greater understanding of that than any of us do. And I'm just wondering how many of our calls, what percentage of them are related to violent crime versus things that might be better responded to by a mental health clinician, a peer support counselor, that sort of thing.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Carter. I don't have the numbers or the exact percentages in my head right now, but a fair amount of calls that we respond to, and this is speaking in generalities from across the spectrum of law enforcement, locally and nationally. I think the last number I hear was somewhere between 25 and 28% of calls that law enforcement respond to are actually criminal. Or a criminal in nature, something like that. So that's a low number. The other calls that we respond to certainly could lead to criminality, but that's not often the way they start out, which is thus why we do the training that we do here, and we have the philosophy in place that we have here to prepare us for those calls. We know some of the most dangerous calls we respond to are domestic violence. And those calls don't always start out as criminal, but if there is a domestic violence situation, law enforcement has to be prepared to respond to that, whether it's domestic related to a drug addiction or alcohol addiction or just spousal abuse or partner abuse. We have to be prepared for that. So the number is low, and I would welcome a comprehensive study or a look at examining 911 calls in general. But to be a little more specific in responding to your question, I would welcome a co-response model, but it's going to be hard for us to get to a co-responder model unless we include the subject matter experts on the law enforcement side. As I mentioned earlier, I've been excluded, and I know my colleague who's unfortunately leaving Durham, Chief Davis, has also been excluded from those conversations with the Wellness and Safety Task Force, or even Durham Beyond Policing, that they've created. I say they, I don't want to sound adversarial, but have created their own idea of what that looks like and who can respond to calls. And I would say that's a very dangerous path for us to go down, because we may respond to a missing child call, and all of a sudden it turns into a domestic violence, or it turns into a shooting, or unfortunately, like in Watauga County, those deputies who were killed were responding to a wellness check, going to check on the individual who had been reported as having been seen by their family or friends for a few days, and it resulted in 5 people being shot to death. So we have to have a real conversation about what it means to respond to calls for service, or what a co-responder model looks like. And for those who've been in this business as long as I have, we've done this before. There is nothing new under the sun. We did this in the early 90s, and it worked for a while, but then we ran out of resources, and social workers did not appreciate getting shot at or being in a fight with a law enforcement officer. So we have to be smart about how we respond. And the last thing I'll say about the Durham County Sheriff's Office, we welcome that. We want to be leaders in this arena, but we cannot lead if we're not invited to participate in the conversation. Some of the recommendations that I championed on the work group for the Sheriff's Association were just that. Reduce the calls that we respond to that we should not be responding to. However, give us qualified personnel to respond with us, so we too can make sure that they are safe. So I hope that answered your question. It's a little long answer, but I think we can look at the 911 calls, and I think we can create here in Durham a real co-responder model, but not until we get everyone to the table and we take a more comprehensive look at what we're really trying to accomplish.
Well, really thank you for that, Sheriff Burkhead. And I think this is such a hard conversation nationally, locally, that if we don't have more of a collaborative approach like you described, we may not be successful actually in addressing the complex nature of this. So I do hope that we will take a look at the calls and have this kind of collaborative, more cooperative, hopefully, approach, working with our Wellness and Safety Task Force that I know this body really puts a good bit of stock in. And of course, you as well, Sheriff, as another elected official here, and with your expertise as well, how we can respond better in our crisis system, and how we can have others show up who may not need to have a badge and a gun. And then that will free up the situation, hopefully the people that need to have the badge and the gun to fight real crime. I hope we can have that conversation. I really appreciate your interest in it and your openness for it and your ideas around it.
Thank you. Absolutely. The last thing I'll say, what's happening nationally is very tragic. But I take pride in pointing out we have not had those issues in Durham County or Durham City. We have leadership in Durham that is really cutting edge. Chief Davis, immediate past president of Noble, really set the bar high for us to follow as it relates to criminal justice reform. I am having that conversation day in and day out. The men and women who work for the Durham County Sheriff's Office, they know what the standard is, what the philosophy is, and what the expectation is, that we treat everyone with dignity and respect up front. And again, that's part of the philosophy of criminal justice reform. How can we have a better response to law enforcement, regardless of ethnicity, race, creed, color, et cetera, or sexual orientation? And that's what we're doing here in Durham. That's why we're not on the nightly news being played out. But unfortunately, on the other side, we are having 900 plus shootings. We are having, right now, to this date, 14 homicides, all at the hands of gun violence. So we have to balance that conversation with how do we keep our Black and brown communities safe, okay, and not over police them, but keep them safe while we're trying to satisfy this co-responder, this more softer, gentler approach on the other side. And again, the only way we can do that is have everyone at the table having a conversation and being open to new ideas. Thank you all.
And Brenda, I just wanted to say I support your position on believing that we need to have an assessment, a mapping, a study, whatever, of where do we have gaps in our crisis response, in our mental health support, and hope that we going forward can work on that as well. And for me, the mental health part is also personal. I have experience, probably we all do, but I have some really tragic experience with mental health back when I was a child, and within my family, my father. So I just really feel very strongly about the mental health support piece.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, commissioners. So we could take a break and come back. It's 1:38. So we can come back at 1:10. It'll give us about 20 minutes to grab a bite to eat and take a breath. So we can come back at 1:10. Thank you, Sheriff, and your team for all of the information you provided.
Thank you, commissioners. We stand ready to answer any further questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
I do.
Perfect. Thank you.
I do. Let's see if everybody's back. Okay, I've got all the commissioners back. I see Commissioner Burns, Commissioner Lum, Commissioner Carter. Okay, so we are down to employee compensation. That's 210369. We can continue our budget meeting. Manager Hager, you're going to take it away.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. This afternoon, we will have a discussion about the adjustments that are proposed in the manager's recommended budget to staff salaries to include a cost of living adjustment and the reinstatement of the merit pay infrastructure. And we have Ms. Dara Richardson, as well as Kathy Everett Perry, who will also join us for the conversation. And Dara, I will turn it to you, and I am sure David or Keith will pull up your slides to help facilitate that process.
Okay, wonderful. And I'm going to start off with our wonderful HR Director, Kathy Everett Perry. Kathy.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Sorry.
Afternoon.
Dara is going to be leading that conversation for HR, so she can go right ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners and Chair Howerton,
Good afternoon.
County Attorney and Manager Hager. I hope everybody's doing well today. So we're going to start off. You can go ahead and go to the next slide with our quick agenda. There are a few items we want to discuss today: the turnover rate, separations, retirement, and current trends. This all impacts the pay here at Durham County. So we want to address a couple of these things. We're going to go through this. You can go to the next slide. All right, so turnover rate. Let's talk about what that means here at Durham County. It means a number of things. Our turnover rate for this fiscal year is actually 10.14. And it doesn't seem exceptionally high, but it does have a lot of implications what's really driving our turnover. So there are a couple of things that I want to address when it comes to turnover. One of them is, when are people leaving? Sometimes employees leave because there are a number of different things going on within an organization's culture. Also, there can be things that are impacting like salary structure. One of the biggest drivers we're seeing right now is when it comes to pay. And I will talk about this more as we go, but we just don't compete with public sector. We compete with private sector as well. So we'll talk about some of these things that we're experiencing when it comes to when are people leaving. And then the question also we want to pose is, who is leaving? Who is leaving our organization? Sometimes people think that, oh, low turnover is not anything big, it's fine, but it's not always a good thing when the majority of your top performers are the ones that are heading out of the door. That's actually a huge problem. And over the last year and a half, we've actually lost a lot of key talent from the organization that we would actually love to continue to have here to thrive and grow our organization. So as we have this conversation today, I do want to throw that out. We want to also look at how can we retain our key talent that we have in the organization. And then the why, which we know the huge impact that we get back and feedback is around that employees are leaving to get more money. Money is the key driver for individuals leaving. They get better opportunities and may get paid more to work a little less. I'm going to address that a little bit in a while. And also the second item we see is retirement. We have a lot of people able to retire and are retiring. So it's an exciting time for those who can move into that next phase of their lives, but it does have an impact here on us as an organization and how we maneuver through this. I want to talk about the departments that we see impacted the most right now. Public health. Public health has had a lot of turnover. You know, I will say that over the last 15 months, we have had a lot going on here at Durham County. The pandemic was huge. It hit us hard. We had to continue services and still operate. And we had individuals who were finding other opportunities. When it comes to the public health department, that's one of those departments that we actually compete with a lot of other organizations, not just other public health departments. So we've lost employees who've gone to work with great local organizations like Duke, for instance, or other medical sciences groups. And so that's a huge impact we're seeing as well. You know, with all of the work that comes with public service, you do put in a lot of hard hours, and the impact of the pandemic really did hit us hard. So I wanted to highlight that department as well as DSS. We tend to see high turnover in DSS, but we also work really hard to recruit and get new individuals in to fill those roles. And we have a great team that works within that department to fill those positions and keep services going. This is also a department that you saw nothing missed a beat. Every service had to continue, and the employees did a phenomenal job across the organization ensuring this. And that being said is that it was a lot of work in the midst of a pandemic. And so we had individuals who qualified for retirement and they chose to go do it or go work in other organizations that it may not have been as stressful, or it just may have been more money going to another jurisdiction. And so this has had a huge impact as well. And then we see EMS, which as well, they've been working and hiring. We have people who may not have been as excited to work in EMS. And also, and I will say the department, the office of the sheriff has that same type of issue. When a pandemic came, you saw how some of the people were being impacted in certain roles more than you may have heard about others because they made the news, and people said, maybe this isn't the time or place for me to go into this particular field. In addition to the fact that it's really hard for law enforcement right now, given the current culture and situation that's going on within our country. So I wanted to highlight those departments, and I'm going to throw one more into the mix, and that's general services. Our general services team does impact, have a large turnover impact, and that's because there are key positions that are continued to be pulled from other jurisdictions and also public sector, and we can't compete sometimes with those. We have highlighted before in these conversations how the city of Durham loves to snatch up some of our employees, our wonderful plumbers and HVACs, and they have a more robust payment plan and performance plan. And so when you're looking at theirs, and their lowest percent is 3% for pay for performance, and our highest is 3%, you know, that's the opportunity where you can get a larger increase on an annual rate. So who wouldn't take advantage of something like that? So I did want to point out those departments. You can go to the next slide. This slide is just highlighting those keywords that we get from employees who are leaving via our conversations with them, or where you're going, our exit interview surveys. There are things that we work on, and these are the keywords when we pull that data together that we're hearing. We hear low salary, we hear low pay plans, it's not competitive, the increases, and I just wanted to put it out here so we can see it nice and bold that pay is our issue. Next slide. So we're going to talk now a little bit about separations. This is a chart just showing over the years the separations and the impact. And I will say that this is pretty fluid because we're continuing to separate people for whatever reason. This can also contain some of the numbers that we also have in the next slide when it comes to retirees, because of how they retire. Some of them may separate first and then go into a retirement mode. But this information right here will just give you an idea of some of the departments and the impact over the times of how people have been leaving. So the last 2 years, we've been seeing people leave for various different reasons. The numbers may have been higher in 17, 18 and 18, 19, but it's still a huge impact to the organization. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more when we get into vacancies as well. But this is to help you all understand that we do have employees that are separating on a regular basis, and you can have an idea of what departments and the numbers to kind of help guide you through your process of reviewing these requests. Next slide is our retirees. So we have these wonderful people who get to retire. One day, 25 years from now, I may be in that boat. And you can see here the number in the departments, and this right here is just the total for that same range of the retirees. I want to really hit on the next slide. So that is around our vacancies. And there are a number of things I kind of want to touch on when it comes to the vacancies. So we've worked really hard on recruitment since the hiring freeze was lifted. And when it was lifted, as you guys may know, with the recruitment process, it does take a little bit of time. So we're just now seeing some of the new hires coming in. But we do have to acknowledge the fact that even in trying to bring in people to our organization, we do face a number of challenges when it comes to our salary structure. Trying to negotiate and get new hires in based off of our structure and our pay for performance is hard. And so we may not always be able to get that top candidate because of it. And of course, Durham County is a great place to work. We want the best and the brightest to be here working with our organization. Now, with all of these vacancies listed here, I also want to highlight that our employees have been working hard to keep everything going over the last, I'm going to say, since really March of last year, with us having vacancies in a number of areas that weren't filled. We did have a process for position exemptions for key and critical positions, but it's still been a lot of vacancies we have, and the work has not stopped. People have been doing a great job of getting us through COVID, and I don't want us to forget, when we went into COVID pandemic mode, we were also in the midst of a cyber attack. So these were two big issues that employees faced and still worked to be able to provide all of the wonderful services for the county. And I'm going to touch on this a little bit more, but these vacancies have had a huge impact on the workload of our staff. Okay.
David, excuse me, the slide, it says retirees. I don't know if you had a vacancy slide.
I did. I'm sorry. I thought he'd gone to the next slide. Here we go. I'm just chatting away. I have two monitors open because I want to make sure I get everything covered. So I do apologize for that. So this is the vacancy list.
Sorry, Dara, my fault.
No problem. This is current as of yesterday. Last night, I refreshed this information. And like I said, we process as we separate these individuals, these spaces will become vacant. And so as you can see, none of the work has stopped. You see public health has 38 vacancies. The library has 38. And the library may have had the largest number of positions put on hold because they weren't able to be open. However, they have still been able to provide services. And let's not forget, in the midst of the pandemic, that we had to do what you call a pivot and change. We had to kind of pause just for 1 second to push out and revamp a number of our programs and processes to take them online. That was a huge piece of work that Durham County took on in a little bit of time. And at first, we didn't even have all of our technology up and running to do it. So people got together with their teams within their departments to make these things happen, to make sure that we still were able to provide all of the great services that we need to provide for our citizens. And so nothing missed a beat. In addition, we actually added some additional improvements on services. So things we hadn't thought about doing in a virtual way, we had to do virtually because we had no other option. And so employees were working in two worlds, basically. the old way and then moving toward a new way. And we're still working in both because we don't see them going away. People like to have some of these virtual options, of course, and then we still have those wonderful face-to-face options that we'll be offering moving forward. Okay, so on the next slide, we're going to talk about retirement. And I know we love this conversation. So even though this is far from my future life, I want to talk about retirement because we have a large number of individuals that are actually ready to retire. And I want to talk about it in categories. So as we talk about our general managers, let me first say this. This is based off of time that individuals have in the local retirement system. So it's for local government. So some individuals may have data or retirement pensions other places in the state or in private, but this is just based off of local government. And so when we look at our wonderful general managers, we have 40% of them that can retire right now, and we would have a particular gap in those areas. And so over the last year, I would say especially, we've been so focused on being reactive to provide services, we haven't had a chance to be proactive. And we do need to get in the place where we're being proactive and we can start doing some succession. I want to go to the next slide because that one is an even larger impact. Department heads. When we look at our department heads, and we know these department heads have been here, they have a lot of wonderful institutional knowledge. They're our subject matter experts in the organization. They lead our organizations through these departments. And so we have 67% ready to retire. And so HR has been working on a number of different measures to try to start identifying how can we work to make sure we have a successful succession. However, right now we've been in the midst of pure reactive dealing with the pandemic, but that is something that we want to make sure we look at, because as we're trying to attract that next group of workers to come in and fill some of these gaps and these vacancies, we want to make sure we're able to get and attract people and build a workforce that is able to fill these wonderful retirement slots. And if you go to the next slide, this is just showing you all other employees that are eligible for retirement. So that means we have 20% of our workforce ready to roll out and hit the Red Hat Club or the travel groups, whatever they plan to do during their retirement, they fit that category. And if you go to the next slide, that one is pretty interesting because it gives you a breakdown of how many of these individuals actually are ready now with full benefits and then ready now with reduced benefits. And I find this to be a little interesting because sometimes we make an assumption that people aren't going to leave until they have the opportunity for full benefits. However, we're seeing people that are planning out their retirement now and they're getting reduced benefits because they're looking for a lifestyle change. It might be a bit much to work through a pandemic, whatever the choices may be. So that's why we lump them together to show the total percent of the workforce that's being impacted. So now I want to navigate into a different part of the conversation. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to talk about what are other jurisdictions doing. You all have a wonderful supplemental document that was included as well that shows a number of different things across a number of other jurisdictions. Now, I already spoke to the fact that we really have a hard time trying to keep up with the private sector. But as we've had all this business development conversation and conversations about these new organizations coming to Raleigh and Durham, this local area, people are looking at different things. And so one thing we can at least try to do is better align ourselves to looking at what other jurisdictions do and how they're able to actually empower their employees with cost of living increases and maybe even merit increases. We've also seen some do bonuses to help give employees a little boost as well. And so some of these that are highlighted on the slide right here include Guilford County, which has proposed a 3% merit increase. The city of Greensboro, they actually implemented a 2% cost of living increase in December of last year. Wake County has proposed a 4% increase for 2021. And then their top performers, which is about 20% of their workforce, would get an additional 3% performance-based increase. And then the city of Durham, who likes to snatch up a number of our employees every chance they get because they're such great individuals, they are looking to adjust their pay plan by 2%, which will give everybody a 2% increase. And then in addition to that, they're looking at also giving bonuses. So that's a nice little perk. Hey, people, we've got through the pandemic. Here's a little something extra to help you through the moment. Now, bonuses do not compound, so you don't get that continuous benefit from it, but it is a nice gesture to kind of give your employees a little, we're grateful to have you here and have you working through this. And so if we go to the next slide, I want to just highlight our previous pay for performance. And so as you can see, in 2003, we were at 5% for all employees. And then in 2004 through 2013, we had this really nice scale that was 3.25% for meets expectations and 4.25 for exceeds expectations ratings. Now let's talk about this. I think we get emails every week from employees reminding us about this wonderful scale. It was reduced in 2014. And then last year, we had a freeze and we had no annual merit increase. So the proposal from the budget this year is asking to reinstate the 2% for meets and then the 3% for exceeds expectation ratings. So I do want to talk about this a little bit. I've already highlighted that the city of Durham, their lowest is right here at our highest. So that's really hard to compete with when we're right here just around the block from each other. And so, but I do want to say this. Every Durham County employee has worked so hard and been very resilient over the last 16 months. There were so many challenges that we had to make to ensure that we had a continuity of services. And a lot of the world was able to take a little pause and breathe, but not in local government. We had to make sure that everything kept going seamlessly pretty much. And a lot of the staff in the organization took on additional roles to make sure that this happened, including roles to ensure the employees were able to stay safe during the pandemic. We've seen employees work long and hard hours like never before. And even though some were working remote, they may have been working even harder or as hard as the ones who had to be on site. I think sometimes with our remote staff, because that was a new model we hadn't been in before, people didn't understand the expectation of a work-life balance, and there was so much to do, they would just jump in and do it. So we were seeing employees online at all times of the night, wee hours of the morning, making sure things got done. And the only reward that they have is just knowing that they were performing the key work that needed to happen to keep the county going. So we want to make sure we recognize that and we applaud them for it. Not every employee was actually eligible for hazard pay. And then there was no extra compensation last year. We even saw some jurisdictions that instead of hazard pay, they gave people bonuses. And Durham County staff, they heard about some of these things and they've been asking, what about us? So I want to say that we as a county are super proud of the staff for staying strong during this time and acknowledging as well the mental and physical impact that this last 16 months has had on the staff. And so we have a large number of employees who've not been able to take a break or a vacation. So it's been a lot. In summary, I just want to say it would be such a value added piece for our staff to be able to implement a cost of living increase and also reinstate that wonderful pay for performance plan. I know we can't go back to 2004 through 2013, but we'll take what we can get for the employees' sake to be able to have those merit increases back in place. And then at some point, we hope to have a conversation regarding the proposals around our compensation issues that were identified in our last compensation study, because that was one of the things that was key around making Durham County an employer of choice. We are really behind when it comes to our pay for performance. So now let's open it up for questions. You can go to the next slide, David.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Richardson, for your report. Just one quick question. Why is it that we are not on the same pay scale as the city?
I would say we have a different compensation philosophy. Some years ago, you know, their board, their city council may approve different things from our board, and our board has done a different approach in the approvals and the implementation of our pay plans. And so it would be to our advantage to better align, especially for our jobs that are comparable, to at least a pay for performance plan that supports the annual increases, because we do have issues with employees leaving for that. But we operate differently. And so I think it's just been the fact that the city's view on this is different, and they approve the funds for their employees changes based off of the recommendations that their HR team gives them in order to keep themselves competitive and ahead.
Have we ever done an analysis to figure out what it would cost to be on that same scale of pay?
I'm aware of, but I think that Manager Hager had a comment.
Commissioner Howerton. Jurisdictions will vary in how they establish their pay plans. We usually, when we do a market study, we will show some comparisons, and what we can do is pull out the last one so that you can see some of that comparative information. Because one of the points with it, though, is that for some job types, the market is not only just the jurisdictions such as local government, it is the private sector and other sectors as well. The philosophies of the boards and the council may have been different. I know the job types are different as well, but at the same time, there are many that are similar. And as Dara shared, sometimes employees go from one place to the other, but most often we're trying hard to keep our employees in certain areas. And I do have that challenge with the trades, and that's across the country. It's just difficult finding individuals with certain trade jobs.
Yeah. It would just be interesting to see the same job types, the difference that we are paying versus the city that would have our employees go to the city where they get paid better. It would be interesting to see the data. Commissioners, Commissioner Burns.
This will be relatively quick. They're wonderful as always. I know this one's really, well, a lot of them are hard. I don't want to try to put more emphasis on one thing than another, because all of these issues are very important. But what I will say is, you know, when we elected to go back to hazard pay, the very first question was, when will hazard pay end? Right? When the manager put that we wanted to do a cost of living increase, you all were inundated with questions like, why? I don't understand that. I didn't understand it then. I don't understand it now. Because if we care about labor and we care about people, we care about the labor of all people. And you said something a second ago about emails at 10 o'clock. I just think about my supervisor. She sent an email to us on Friday, and she said, I don't want to see any more 10 o'clock emails, because she knows how much we care about the public. She knows how these not million, but billion-dollar programs. It takes us working at night, making sure that we can build a wonderful product for our residents, right? We can keep that same level of customer service. We don't want to lag time. We recognize that there's a pandemic going on. I understand why some people might have questioned, let's do a comparison, right? But there's a part of me that says, comparison or not, you all just deserve it. That's it. Like, there's no question about it. I'm happy some of the cameras are off because I know some people are shaking their head. They were shaking their head that night. I hope that we can get this done for you all as somebody who knows what it's like to be a public servant, and I know how each part matters. I want my commissioners to rest on the fact that institutional knowledge can walk out of the door today and we would be crippled. And when I say there are people who are staying here, I promise you it has nothing to do with any of us. No matter how good we are, how bad we are, they are staying here because they care about their craft. They are staying here because they care about people. And they recognize that if they don't stay here, it'll be gone. It was not missed on me one day when Susan Teza said that we were in a meeting and she said that during the cyber attack, they were able to do things for 12 hours manually. You can only do that absent a computer when you have the institutional knowledge in place to do that. If we lose these people and have another cyber attack or anything or another pandemic, the level of service that we were able to give the 330,000 people in Durham, and not just in Durham, because Durham is a hub. So we helped other counties from a public health standpoint. We helped other counties from a public safety standpoint with our sheriff's office and with our hospitals and with our EMS, and especially with some of our nurses. I can think there were a couple of times that we had to lend hands. So I really want you all, when you're asking these questions, people are completely, totally burned out. The hiring freeze, not having somebody sitting beside them, watching their colleagues die, watching their colleagues get COVID, not getting any support. I see people writing in text, and I'm literally I'm gonna stop because I don't know what else we can say that will make you all understand that this is fair, this is equitable, it is deserved. And if we want to continue to bring in good talent, there's a reason why we have passed so many audits. There's a reason why companies want to come here. Companies just don't come here because we have talent. They recognize that this county is a decent county to be in, that foundationally, from a public policy standpoint, from an infrastructure standpoint, from a financial standpoint, from an educational standpoint, that this is a good place. And a lot of that is due, in fact, to the folks who work in and out, day in and day out. So I know we go back and forth about a lot of stuff, I beg you, I implore you, this should not be one of them. And I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Other commissioners, comment or questions? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And I think probably at some point we do need to do I know I've talked about this already with Manager Hager, about doing a comprehensive type of analysis related to our, merit pay structure and compensation and everything. We've gone through the pandemic and we're behind on certain big picture things, and hopefully in the next year or so, maybe in next year's budget, we could get that as a part of our budget. I think it's important that we also look at our benefits packages. I know when we look with our last compensation study, we did benchmark ourselves with the city and neighboring jurisdictions. We also looked at our benefits packages, but it really does. I think it sounds like we really need to take a step back and look at all of these big picture items. So I know we're not going to do it this coming year, and we've got a lot of recovering to do and hiring and everything, getting us all back on track. But hopefully we can look at that in the next year. And I do support the recommendations that are being brought forth now. for the cost of living increase and to reinstitute the merit pay. It would be good to know when staff has a chance, because I know everybody is so busy with the budget, but knowing how many employees did benefit from the hazard pay, because that was a bonus that we were able to do. And a lot of the neighboring counties actually didn't do any type of merit pay, and they didn't, or they did very much more minimal than us. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. I'd just be curious, because I know not everybody benefited from it, but to understand what the impact of that is or was, because it's still going on now till the end of the fiscal year. But again, this is not something that we need now. I want to be very cognizant of the staff has plenty of work to do related to the budget. So that's nothing time sensitive at all. But anyway, again, really always important to look at the numbers and look at the data. So I appreciate this presentation.
Manager Hager, what was it? Was it 2 years ago we did a comprehensive study?
Yeah, well, yes, we did a study just 2 years ago. And what we can do, because we have some new board members, and if you're like me, I need to remember all of the things that were covered. We can send that back out to the board, because although the information is a few years old, it's helpful so you can see what was recommended. The board moved forward with some of the recommendations with the goal of looking at them again in outlying years. And that was before the pandemic and all of this wonderful stuff we're going through. Because if I'm not mistaken, and Dara or Kathy can weigh in, it's recommended that you sort of look at it in a systematic way every 3 years, 2 or 3 years, especially when you have a market that's moving a lot. And we're, as you know, one of the hottest markets in the country. And so it just requires a lot of review. So, but we can send that to you, because it will give some good frame of reference. And it would also help us as we think about the next iteration of the study, what points we may want to include or look at that were not captured, as we try to figure out what the timeline for that may be.
That's great, because you don't need to duplicate what we've already done, just take an extension from that. So I appreciate that. And for the public to know that we did do that a while back. And and in talking to staff, I know staff is burnt out. So I just think we should support staff in any and every way that we can, because we are losing staff. They're either burnt out or they are finding something else that will at least be less taxing or more money. And you can't blame them, because you just, you can you can ride a horse for so long. And I'm not referring to our staff as horses. I'm just saying. And people get tired of being written and not compensated for it. Other questions or concerns? Commissioner Lum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. And thank you so much, Ms. Richardson, for this presentation. It was really insightful and helpful for me. And I also wanted to just highlight a conversation I had a week or two ago that I'm also really grateful for with Manager Hager. I had some questions regarding, the budget process and where we're kind of moving forward. And we were talking about, looking at the cost of living adjustment and how we can possibly, obviously not now, but in the future, start looking at our lowest paid workers at the county and making sure that we are working to increase those wages as much as possible, so that all of our employees are able to support their families and have a healthy life here in Durham. So I really wanted to uplift and prioritize those workers as well. And I'm really glad that, Manager Hager and I had a good conversation about it, about how can we start making a plan and looking forward of what type of timeline would it take to get all of our wages to an equitable rate.
Yeah, and that was a very good conversation. There's so many complexities with compensation. And when there is movement in any particular classification, there's always the potential of compression happening. So if you have an employee, and let's say you're trying to address those that are at the lowest point of the range, and we've done that before, and part of the comprehensive study will do that. The individuals that may be in the lowest range, if their percentage bumps them up so close to their manager, then the salaries are compressed. And then we have another opportunity to fix. So what we try to do with the market assessment, as well as looking at the overall compensation study, is try to identify places we may want to address. We did some of that specialized review and adjustments in our public safety areas a few years ago. And that's a great example. And so we'll also share that with the board as a reminder, so you can see how we incrementally try to become more competitive. And as the sheriff said today, and as Dara said, we're at that place again of trying to figure out, well, how do we do some things different to hold on to the talent? Again, that was a great conversation, but again, a reiteration of our need to refresh our plan. Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thank you, Ms. Richardson and Kathy Everett Perry for this presentation and for all the work that you're doing to try to be sure we're remunerating our employees at the highest level we can afford and trying to keep the best people here in Durham County. One question I have is, I just didn't even understand. Sometimes the more you know, the more questions, the more you realize you don't know. So here's something I don't know for sure, is what the city's doing when it says that they have a general employee open range that will be adjusted by 7%. What is that?
The city, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dara. I will have to defer to the expert.
The city has several ranges. That general one that they are moving 7%, the employees will only get a 2% increase, but they're moving the ranges 7% because the classifications within that general range, those positions actually are under market based off of their last study. So I will say this, in our conversations with them and now reaching out to do surveys and see what they're doing, they seem to have a much more aggressive review of their compensation plans. So they are working to address those so they're able to target in and focus on the positions that are going to be at risk. So within that plan, those positions need to be moved 7% forward. However, the funding that they have is only going to give them a 2% increase unless an employee needs to be brought to the minimum of a range. So if the range is moving 7% and they're not at that minimum, they have to bring them to that minimum. But generally, everybody gets a 2%.
I see. That's really fascinating. And seems to be something we want to do, right? I mean, don't we want all of our employees at a bare minimum to be making the market minimum? I actually thought we were trying to hit the market median, and especially for our lowest paid employees who aren't there, and especially for our positions that are the hardest for which to attract and retain quality people. Is that something that you all considered this time for this year? Or more of a stratified approach, sort of?
Well, as a part of the last study we did with the MAC implementation, we did bring every employee up to the minimum of the ranges. And so
I was thinking so.
Yeah, we did do that work. And so, however, the data started off from 2017. So even though it was 2 years ago, the physical calendar budget hadn't been approved for most jurisdictions. And so we were working off of old data. And by the time we got to implement, the information was behind. So you all did agree to move the bands 3% forward to help with that. But we had other jurisdictions that were in the midst of refreshing and doing theirs. So they were still moving ahead of us. And so as we look to do these moving forward, we need to just work that we target and we refresh that information and really look at our compensation policies around it, especially with the different positions. So when you look at what the city's doing, they have a particular band that works within like a career ladder like structure, a step structure. You reach this step, you get this amount. You reach this step, and those are for certain classifications. And I can get that information from them so you guys can have an idea of what fits into those classifications versus the general. And then they have the public safety band and then the fire band, which we didn't share the fire one because fire moved over to the city, I want to say, in 2017. So we didn't think to add that as a part of our conversation today. But that is something that we want to be looking at. As Manager Hager said, we're in a hot market here. It is a hot market. And what was approved, for example, with our project managers, project management covers not just engineering, but also on the IT side, we have several areas it covers. And we have all of these corporations around that are paying PMs a whole lot more than here. And even with our general services workers, with the city, sometimes we just can't compete because we'll try to negotiate and say, maybe we should give this person an increase. And if we can get them to here, they'll stay with us here at Durham County, and the city will come back and they have a bigger purse than we do, apparently. And they're able to leapfrog us and jump up there and just beat us out. So looking at our strategy and working on that, and then those pay for performance increases, because who wouldn't want 5% over 3% on an annual basis for that increase? I mean, it's just common sense. Did you want to add anything, Kathy?
I was just going to point out also, as Claudia mentioned earlier, with the new companies, excuse me, that are coming to the area, our competition gets greater because it's not just local government anymore. Now we have the private sector that we will have to consider when looking at pay and pay for performance and trying to keep up with the market.
Thanks for that explanation. It is complicated, as you say. As you all say, it is complicated. It does make me wonder, and I have always felt like if it's really pay for performance, we should have a bigger spread. So, you know, exactly what you're saying, that really resonates with me. It makes me wonder if we have this pool of money that we're putting towards employee compensation this year in the form of both the cost of living adjustment and the pay for performance. Would there be any benefit to considering making the cost of living adjustment smaller and making the span wider, greater, you know, higher percentages for the pay for performance?
I mean, that is a consideration. I will just say that by doing an overall 3%, you in effect are moving the whole range up by 3%. And Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong. So from a competitiveness, it helps overall in that way. We were looking at, from my perspective, just what was the CPI variance from last year to this year, and it was about 2.9%. And although we had about 1,800 employees that did get hazardous pay, some may have only gotten $100. Some may have got, you know, our highest risk employees, such as those in public safety, some in DSS, those in EMS, et cetera. Those were ones that did receive larger levels, but there are many employees that didn't benefit from that. And we can.
It's 2:00.
Sorry.
I don't know what that was.
My computer, I apologize. It always does that.
No, timer on you.
Sorry.
That's okay. I needed it. That's how I'm gonna stop. No, but I think I had
Go
summed
ahead.
it up, but I think this does, it's a two-part process, and it does keep the range overall moving, but it does also allow for the range adjustment in the salary for the pay per performance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so ideally, you just want to methodology wise to have the time to do it in a way that's right. And yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And I was going to say, I think Claudia is correct that doing the 3% cost of living obviously expands the 2 to 3 that may occur in the following fiscal year or the fiscal year coming up. But I think what we have to look at after that is making the pay per performance wider and larger so that you can address some of the problems that we're facing with the competitiveness in the market.
Okay.
So I want to go, were you finished, Heidi?
No.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just thinking about the presentation from the sheriff and wondering if this cost of living adjustment and then the pay per performance, will that get the sheriff, deputy detention officers and law enforcement officers, sheriff's deputies up to a more competitive level, do we think?
Well, I think that's what I was going to say is that we may, for some of these, have to circle back to the board based on patterns that we're seeing. Because, and we did this before with public safety. If some of you that may recall, we did like a mid-year assessment. It was special because we were just losing so many people. Some jurisdictions are offering bonuses that are pretty significant. We just, from my perspective, for those places that were on Dayra's chart that had the highest turnover, EMS, DSS, the Sheriff's Department, can't remember the other one, General Services and certain trades. Over the next couple of months, we do need to dig deeper to see how we can share some information to the board about that, probably sooner versus later, because General Services is under my portfolio, and y'all just do not know how stressful it is when you are losing so many of your tradesfolk, when you're talking about HVAC, electricians, plumbers. I mean, all the other things that we do are great, but if you don't have an electrician and you have to pay a contractor $100-some an hour, that the cost benefit of that is tremendous. And because of the way our plan is, we are able to counter and we are able to do some things to help try to retain, but it's most times not enough. So we will come back and give some more information about those areas, because for some of these, it is a safety issue. And if you have a lot of vacancies, it then becomes potentially a burnout issue for other people that may be sort of carrying those other workloads. So we'll come back and give you some additional information on those.
Thanks. I really like that idea. Hearing about how to improve the pay situation for DSS and public health and the general services, like just the ones you highlighted, I think would be really important. And if it needs to be mid-year, bring it on, I guess. We'll try to figure it out with working with you all. Thank you.
Welcome.
And Claudia, I was just thinking what you said about electricians. If you don't know what it costs to have an electrician come to your house, just have to come out to your house to do work. An independent electrician, and you know what they get paid.
If you can find one, because they're just
they're busy.
They are very busy.
Yeah. Just one other question. If since we're in such a hot market, when we talk about the compensation study, if we were to redo the one that we did 2 years ago, would that be pretty much out of date?
Well, as Kathy said, or Dara, the data that was used was 2017. And so they would basically have to, and although we've made some adjustments, there are some things we can do, but with comparing what other institutions are doing, all of that is dated. So we would have to update the information. And it would also be interesting to see what jurisdictions are doing also from a benefits perspective. So for instance, I know we sent a supplemental document that Kathy referenced, or Dara, and some of the jurisdictions still offer longevity pay. So I know we stopped that some time ago, but for certain, it may be something that we need to see, well, what are those patterns? If there's an intent to try to hold on to your most seasoned talent, that may be something for the board to reconsider. There's just a lot in this environment, we just have to be very creative. And so what I would just offer that us exploring some best practices, and some of that we may can do on our own, but a full-fledged review would be warranted considering where we are right now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this has been a great kind of big picture conversation. And I think part of it, again, and I also spoke to Manager Hager about this, is just also getting a grasp on just where we're headed with our costs and our budget, because right now, and somebody, maybe Keith could correct me, I think we're spending about 85% of our entire budget goes to personnel. And so when we look at, how do we want to pay our employees what they deserve, and we want to be competitive, we want to retain great talent. How are we going to afford it? And thinking about that every time we add new staff, and we all like to do that, then what does that really mean as we look at paying out benefits and retirement? And when we're seeing the trends with our revenues, and even as our population grows, and then how do we have money left for services and programs, direct services? I think it's, again, one of those big picture conversations that I will definitely look to staff to help us with, related to this issue.
Yeah, that's a great conversation. With county governments, pretty much all that we do is service driven, from our EMS workers, deputies, detention officers, DSS, public health, et cetera. So we are people driven, and trying to find the right balance of a community that is growing in population. And for many of those situations, you need the people to service them. So that sweet balance of trying to control costs, but making sure we still deliver service is tricky. It is very tricky. So I agree with you. We do need to revisit how do we contain that growth, but just grow smart to the extent that we can.
Because I would just like to add, as it pertains to services, as Claudia mentioned, we are service driven, and DSS being one department in particular who has a very large turnover rate, and having represented them in a former life, the A&D and child support and things of that nature, that is a very, very, very tough job. And my hat is off to all of those employees. And having been an educator as well, a school teacher and a guidance counselor, I see the significance of all of that work. And I take my hat off, because I'm like, wow, I don't think I could do it. So I do know for them to provide the service to the community that we need to get good employees in here and retain them, so that we can be the service-driven organization that we have been or strive to be. So I just wanted to throw that out there, having worked with them in the tremendous work that is required of them and how special that population is. So and the turnover is great. So I know it's hard, but we need to do something to attract them and keep them here.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I'm really glad that Commissioner Lom, some of the data that budget gave, looking at our, and Commissioner Carter referenced this as well. When you look at that, 47% of our employees are making $49,000 or less per year. And those are just exactly the positions that you were just referring to, Kathy. Some of our, some of our employees that are really out there working directly with people in the community and doing really tough jobs, and they are some of our lowest paid employees. So thank you.
Okay, I think we all agree when you lift up the people that are at the lowest level, then you lift all tides. So I think we are all in agreement there. But thank you, Kathy and Dana, for your reports and your presentation. If there's nothing else, we can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, this is our last formal topic, and we have Ms. General Manager Joanne Pierce, who will share with us about the new structure for the BCU. I know all the acronyms, Bull City United, My Brother's Keeper, and Project Build. My memory's working great. Look at that. I'll see you. Y'all don't know those. I have so many acronyms on my paper. Sometimes it slips. So, all right.
We understand. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me well enough.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I saw someone shake her head. So good afternoon to Chair Howerton, to Commissioners, Attorney Darby, and Manager Hager, and to those viewing the meeting today. I have a few slides as a brief overview of the proposed new department that would comprise, thank you for the slide, appreciate it, that would comprise Bull City United, we also say BCU, My Brother's Keeper, and also Project Build. I want to share that in addition to serving as General Manager for Goal 2 Health and Wellbeing for All, I've also served over the last several months. I've provided direct oversight of the Bull City United and the Project Build programs. And so I've had a unique experience to work more closely with them. And it was just a perfect timing in that the City Council approved and in partnership with the county approved funding about approximately $930,000 to support expansion of Bull City United. So it was just a perfect opportunity to work closely with the city, developing the interlocal agreement, working with Bull City United and working with Cure Violence Global to just understand what goes into expansion. And that expansion is significant. It triples the Bull City United program staff. We currently have 7 staff in that area, and now we're moving to 18. So that's just sharing that with you, just so that you can have some perspective around this conversation, and also hopefully I can address any of your questions. And so in this presentation, which is brief, I'm going to talk about, what went into that assessment of this new development of a department, a little bit about the programs, so you can see the alignment, and then the current status of where these programs are situated within our enterprise, and also, what this new department would look like. And so I also want to preface that this particular presentation is regarding the new department, so that development and, what that would look like. And that just to share that through the interlocal agreement between the city and the county, just to say that the City Council approved the budget or the funding or investment in mid-March. And then the commissioners approved it in April. So we've been on an ambitious timeline. And so through April, actually from the beginning of knowing that this would become a reality for the funding and the expansion, we've just been in the planning phase of what would it look like to expand Bull City United and working with Cure Violence Global to understand what that staff complement would look like. So just wanted to share that. Also in the interlocal agreement, I would want to point out to you that there is a reporting requirement for the period between April 1 and June 30th, and that's due by July 31st. And so that would probably answer many of your questions around specifically to Bull City United regarding data and mapping, the onboarding process, the benchmarking, and even sharing just the status of where this department is at that point. So I just wanted to just kind of preface that so that you have that information. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, these three programs, again, the investment and partnership with the city allowed a unique opportunity to do a scan across our enterprise. And so just so you can at least see that Bull City United, the work that they do is around stopping the shootings and the killings, specifically in certain areas. And we use data we use data to inform us on, where we were to focus our efforts. Then you have My Brother's Keeper, and that is in response to President Obama's call to action in 2014 to close up opportunity gaps. And then we have Project Build, which is a multidisciplinary gang intervention program. And so it was really easy to see the alignment. And these groups already spend time together and use with activities that they may put on or work in a community. But this is a really important opportunity, to look at what would it mean if these three programs were in one department overseen by an administrator and having, a data analyst person. What would that mean? And what would that look like? And, how could we capitalize on that? So just wanted to share that with you so you can see why it would have, seemed to make sense that, to ask that question. Next slide, please. And again, the assessment was looking at the mission and the vision and the models of these three programs and the alignment, and that we could get more in our return on the investment that we've placed into the programs, and that there could be, more seamless collaboration and coordination across the programs. And then, a big piece of this is identifying the resources needed. Just speaking just specifically to the Bull City United expansion, tripling in size. So of course that changes the dynamic of the group, how many program managers we need, how many supervisors. And just so you know that the interlocal agreement was specific around the positions that that would support. And that was boots on the ground, violence interrupters, outreach workers, and a supervisor. And so of course, with that partnership, that also had us have to look at, did we have the supports in place to support this expansion? And so also, bringing on our team, it's a unique way that we do that for Bull City United. And so just looking at all those pieces and our internal partners, obviously with public health and finance and budget and our other departments of how to make this work more seamlessly. I did mention again, it's worth mentioning again about the timeline, that all of this really from the approvals, March and April, from the council and the board, and all the work in between from the recruitment efforts of Bull City United and just preparation for that significant expansion. We're still looking to, hire a few team members to Bull City United this fiscal year. And I do understand we're in June, but that can be a reality. And so just wanted to share that with you. So, so that's what we've been up to in terms of looking at this department and just the assessment that went, a high overview of the assessment that went into why these three programs, it would make sense to bring these programs together. Next slide, please. And here you just see a quick status of where these programs reside at this moment. My Brother's Keeper is, there's just one manager, but that's in goal 1. And then the other two programs, Bull City United, and I see Bull City United twice, and that should be Project Build, pardon me. And so those two are in public health. And so again, there have been cross collaboration, but the intentional ways in which we can, you know, work together for these three programs would be really good for a new department, an unnamed department at this point, but a department nonetheless. And so you can see Bull City United at this moment has 7 staff, and then Project Build has also 7 staff. And pardon me, it says 5, it should be really 5 staff, and there's an additional team lead position. And it is filled, so there should be 6 staff there. And one important piece is that the program manager, actually, I'm serving as the program manager for Bull City United and Project Build. However, that position was vacated earlier this year, and there are opportunities to, you know, have a program manager to serve also for Bull City United and also for Project Build, because typically that position is shared. That program manager has to serve both areas. And you can imagine with the expansion, that would be quite a task. So next slide, please. And so what does this mean? It means that if these groups were together, these programs were together currently, that would stand at 16 staff. However, given the expansion and the proposed budget that's included in the budget recommendation of an administrator to oversee the operations of this area, and also a data analyst position, which is critical to meet many of the grant requirements, presentations, the information that we need often that the public has a right to have, and certainly that you and your board and the city council would need, and just to manage even grant applications and opportunities. This would move from 16 staff to 36 staff. And so with the upcoming support from the city council, and of course, the continued support from the county. And I don't know if I have another slide, but I do know that there have been questions around with the census tracts. And again, hopefully I have addressed the information about regular quarterly reports that are now required in the interlocal agreement. And the most recent one will be the reporting will be between April 1 and June 30th, which again, the report is due July 31st, and we would be so delighted to present that information to you at that time. And if you have any questions, I hope, and I'm available to answer those at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce, for your report and presentation. So commissioners, questions or concerns? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much, Joanne. I think this is very exciting, forming this new department, and it totally makes sense to me what you were recommending, pulling these 3 different groups together. Will they, just to clarify, I know there's no name yet for this department, but will it still be under public health?
So because it would be a new department, it would be moved out of public health and a new department would be created. So similarly, as you have public health, social services, new department, whatever that name would be. Fortunately, I believe 2 of the programs have cost centers, but that's beyond what my knowledge is around what finance needs to do to make that happen. But that it would be its own department. So if we have 26 or 27, it would make 27, 28.
Okay, so it's literally a totally new department. Okay, got it. Because we do have, like, within social services, we have different departments. So I didn't know if that was another, got it. Okay. How does that impact, like, for Bull City United, because that is a public health actually focused program, if it's not going to be part of public health anymore?
That's a very important question. So Bull City United, Project Build, and I'm becoming more acquainted with My Brother's Keeper. They do follow models. They work in collaboration with, for instance, for Bull City United is a public health model. However, they follow the guidelines through Cure Violence Global, that model. So it could be situated in any place just as long as they stay true to the model. And that speaks to, who do we, when there's that recruitment opportunity for administrator, that they're clear about that, because of course there are reporting requirements. And to your previous question, I can also speak to that just because it's a different department, I've had the pleasure over the last 6 years to see our interdepartmental relations, and that I could see that they would still work very closely with public health. But that's a very important question. And that was part of the operational assessment of, since it's a public health model, how would that look? And it wouldn't really have a negative impact to it, but that it's just the collaboration that would normally exist.
Okay, thank you. And also, I guess we've heard, this body has heard a lot of input from the community related to My Brother's Keeper. And I'm just wondering where we're at with an assessment of the requests that we look at having a advisory committee, community-based advisory committee for that program.
And I see that General Manager Craig Ray is on, because that's not in my portfolio at this time, but I will have to defer to her for that.
Right, that is correct. And thank you very much for that question. As you know, we had been working on process improvement, and Joanne and I started conversations about pulling these 3 different groups together, because they actually already do work together. They're familiar with one another. They're familiar with their path. And so at the time, it made sense for us just to wait on completing that assessment, just to see how we can pull everything together, because we know when a new person comes in, they will want to do a full overview. They will need to set up their own organization. And so it did not make sense for us to do 2 things, make one change in the spring and then make another change whenever we got everything completed. So basically I paused that work.
Okay. Well, I hope once things gets going in the new fiscal year, that'll be looked at. I think it does make sense. I know we went to a great, this is way before the pandemic. I know Commissioner Howerton and then Commissioner Reck and I went to a great lunch where there were a lot of community organizations sitting around the table who were really tied into the work of My Brother's Keeper. And I think getting, having some type of formal structure for that would certainly be helpful. I guess also looking at the other kind of national best practices related to that.
And actually we had already done that work, and we have an advocacy team, as you know. I know you all were getting monthly reports about My Brother's Keeper out of my Goal 1 reports. And of course, you know, we got $100,000 about this time last year from Dominion, which we've divvied up to several organizations, and that work is still continuing. So again, it's important that we make sure we're following the MBK models. They are different, and I must tell you that not all of them have an advocacy team. Not all of them have the board that was suggested by one of our citizens. Some of them just stand alone and do the work. They're not all even tied into a government agency, I found out as I was doing my research. And so again, there are different models to look at. I was actually on a call last, let me get my date right, I believe it was Thursday, with former President Obama and the Obama Foundation. And we were hearing reports from different organizations throughout the country about some of the practices that they are using. And so that was very helpful for us to know that we are moving positively. We are doing the right things. And of course, we can always do more. My poor staff member is a committee of one, and I'm frankly excited that we're going to get a data analyst and we're going to get some other supports to help us do the work even better.
Right. Yeah, I think it's great for everyone to be supporting each other in this new department, and the data analysts will really help us do what we say that we're going to do, and make sure then we get that out, you know, on our website for the community as well.
Absolutely.
So I look forward to that. Thank you.
And one added piece about just a benefit to these programs working in one department is that, you know, we know that there's some similarities across the programs of who they serve and the ways in which perhaps they serve. But then, you know, as they're having these cross-programmatic meetings, we can also start looking at those systemic and structural issues around how and why the people that they're serving are coming into systems in ways that, you know, aren't ideal. And so we can start working on that. And that's really exciting, and capturing that data and information and sharing it with everyone. And so that's also an exciting opportunity that we have.
Thank you, Joanne and Deborah. One of the things that I'd love for you to share with us, Deborah, is the models that you're seeing that's doing this work, that's not overlaying different layers of structure. You know, sometimes as government, we consistently overlay something on top of something. Our structures get to be so convoluted, our community doesn't even know, can't figure out what we're doing. Sometimes we can't figure out what we're doing, they're so overlaid with structure. So I'd like to know if you're seeing where there's not so many layers of structure around this whole thing.
Yes, so anecdotally, I can tell you that I have again heard presentations from some groups that again did not have a large committee, if you will, that governed. It's all in the governance. And so if it's okay, I'd like to get back and give you some concrete examples so that you would have the correct information. I don't want to just say it was New York City that did it this way or Omaha that did it that way. So I'd rather be correct with my response.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fine. Other questions, comments, commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
I just wanted to thank Joanne and everyone, Deborah, Craig, Ray, for thinking through the reorganization of this, and was just struck by how it feels like this is a department that is, linked to public health, linked to criminal justice reform, and that way it is a community safety and wellness kind of department, and is an investment that's not a law enforcement investment, but it's an investment, in our community and keeping our community safe. So we can lift that up, as yet again, something that we're putting resources towards upstream, prevention wise, and, here and now. So I just thank you for your work in that way.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Okay, we have come to the end of our agenda, commissioners and county manager. Where would you like for us to proceed at this point?
Well, we can give you an update on sort of our next steps.
Okay.
There are some questions that are outstanding that we are working on, and we have follow-up conversations on Thursday. We should have a very robust discussion about our investments in behavioral health, mental health infrastructure, which will be a continuation of conversations today. We also will have possibly an update on the broadband, and I said possibly because I'm trying to make sure we have sufficient time for the topics that afternoon. And then there are a couple of more topics, and Keith can, or David can correct me what the other ones are because I don't have them right in front of me. But so right now we're trying to recalibrate the schedule. I know we're supposed to talk also about the maternal health and the infrastructure investments there. And there's one last one, I believe, David.
Got DPS follow-up to continue that discussion.
That's right. That is right. And so we'll have some follow-up from there. And so I know we had, no one wants more meetings, but it looks like we may have to spill over into the 9th, at least for the morning, to do some reconciling. And we promise to be succinct and make good use of your time in between. But right now, that's how the schedule for Thursday will work. And we will try to get as many questions answered before then. I know some are time sensitive with this current budget adoption. Some can spill over into a little bit later with responses. But we want to make sure we do all of our crosswalking with questions that you may have for then. So Thursday, we'll also do a better job of sort of showing you where we are. I know there are lots of priorities and lots of folks who are still sending in requests. They must know we have a pot of gold somewhere that we've not quite found. I've been looking for it. So nevertheless, we will also let the boards know where we are. So with that.
I'll just say Commissioner Alam is sitting under the pot of gold. She's the one who's got that rainbow behind her. Okay.
Just reach down. We'll come pick it up.
So Claudia, did I mention Box Yard opening on Thursday? Did you say that you had a conversation with them about?
Yes, I was going to follow up with them. They're coming to us on Monday for an overview of activities and where we are, some recap, even on the opening of that new project. But I was going to coordinate with Andy and cannot think of what, and others at the Research Triangle Foundation to see if we can't coordinate a tour for the board at another time, if it's a chance.
I just hate we won't be there for the opening. Yeah, we'll be in meeting. We'll be in budget meeting.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, it's
We'll
at
go
2
another day.
Yeah, it starts at 2 o'clock, so we won't be there.
Okay.
Our first in-person board meeting could be at Box Yard.
Say what?
I was joking and saying our first in-person board meeting could be at Box Yard.
Okay. Anything else for anyone?
Commissioners, this is Jay. I think our partners at Research Triangle Foundation, they have expressed on numerous occasions how appreciative they are, as Manager Hager indicated, of your and the county's support. So I feel very confident that they will provide us, they'll be glad to coordinate with us to assist in getting each of you a tour, be it as a group or at your individual convenience, because it is a really neat project and it is part of that economic development continuum we spoke of in helping not just the larger businesses, but certainly our small entrepreneurial ventures around the community as well.
Thanks, Jay. If there is nothing else,
Commissioner Long got a hand up.
Commissioner Long.
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to wish our LGBTQIA community members and staff a very happy Pride.
Happy Pride. I'm happy you got yours up.
And one of the things that we did not have an opportunity to do, Veterans Memorial Day.
Right.
We didn't have an opportunity yesterday to just acknowledge that. So just acknowledging that. If there's nothing else, we can adjourn. All right.
Yeah.
We are adjourned.